take the Earth off its rotation.
Can you do any work with Christi to it?
It wasn't that bad, really. Chill out.
Don't you think you would have liked it better if it was all brand new tires, not just one?
How would I explain after the reading? Oh yeah, I just decided to blow out all 4 or 8 tires on the trailer, so I can get new ones.
I will figure out a blowout if there's nothing you can say about it.
It's gonna be really hard to explain.
If John can do it, I'm pretty sure we can do it too. About 28 today, 10 from yard. 10 for landing.
Total 3. This subject is requesting EMS, unknown reason.
Total 3, simple.
George Victor, 659, William George Victor, 3698.
Attention. Satellite on
49 clear court,
245.000 meters. Elevation 43.7 degrees.
First County, Protocol 1028 expires January 2027. We come back to the 2024 Toyota SUV, like color. Owner Toyota lease trucks out of College Station, out of Ashmore. Entry status is confirmed to be negative weather.
Negative, trying to find where it's going. I think you leave the toilet and walk it. Thank you.
Good.
24.
Yeah, I have no traffic right now.
Can you give me a 17 back to that location we were talking about? I think it's going to be 5522 King Circle. Or 1020482. It's for that AFC I was working on, showing what we had, what I had found out there.
10-4.
8-17. Be back.
201.
Standby 268, did you copy?
Call 10-4.
I didn't copy what you said.
10-4.
Okay. 231?
Hey, if you have any of those rating trees, you can go to my also. I'm going to show you if you got any of those on the board.
I have had trouble finding them.
Check. Let me go really see what they got them under or what. I know they printed something out. Let me see what they got.
That's all. There's no more.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 26 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 30.6 degrees.
Question? Thank you.
61, see?
61.
Jail, Amy 308.
Attention. Satellite DOS -2 is now overhead at 2261.000 megahertz. Elevation 26.1 degrees.
Well, do you have poultry on the bottom?
No, we're concerned.
For my 10-7. Leaving,
Okay, this is Penny. Okay, sir. A2 base, you have a card?
With the phone?
Anyone else have brush?
Okay, 4. Maybe 10 more.
Randy, you can go ahead and go to main pool whenever you get a chance.
Attention. Satellite Tundra 2 is now overhead at 2243.000 MHz. Elevation 21.4 degrees.
Leave that.
Go 35 north end is indicated lane for a vehicle crash. Need a white Jeep to the home. DPS has been notified as well.
Simple, like logging earlier, so you get some of
No writing in this.
Simple.
Boy. Boy. Negative, this has been transported to shoreline. You can show me 10.
Attention. Satellite Mercury 2 in overhead at 2,250.500 meters. Elevation 22.2 degrees.
Loon trigger. Brian Mule. Anyway. Yeah.
Cruelty call on 6517 Weber at the alcohol restaurant on Weber in Sarasota. It's going to be for a black truck. Someone left a dog inside with the windows rolled up. It's going to be a small white truck. They're unknown if the car is running or not. The recording party is going to be June. Her phone number is 361-585-9065. That's 361-585-9065. Weber in Sarasota.
Reservation.
The destination trying to reset. Yeah, but they've been running some updates on, so that might be part of the problem.
Attention. Satellite NOS2-1 is now overhead at 2,260.500 meters. Elevation 61.5 degrees.
Corpus 1020.
2006, right?
X3 Tom Boy 47 X3 Tom Boy 47
Expires February 28, 2026, Chevy pickup, finding color, Mole leaves Inc. out of Houston, showing vehicle location out of Tyler, insurance verified out of 20.
Attention. Satellite Yager 31-01 is now overhead at 2,245.50 megahertz.
For one thing, and that's
32.0 degrees.
To encourage the tribunal to be forthright, to be truthful and unbiased, and carry those procedures in a way that without any ulterior motives. And that's so important because the good thing is we're doing this so that we can possibly get things on record. That's a good thing. So regardless of the outcome, that is a very good thing. But I wanted to say one thing in the Bible, in Proverbs 18:17, it says, the first one to plead his cause seems right until his neighbor comes and examines it. So keep that in mind, and I pray that we will do the right thing.
Thank you. Melinda de los Santos.
Good morning. I was Melinda de los Santos, District 2. I was determined to keep an open mind about until I heard the evidence on both sides. However, I didn't think I was going to hear much evidence yesterday. No disrespect, Mr. Flood, but you pulled a Dr. Fauci on me. However, after hearing the evidence, I was wondering, is there such a thing as a RICO ruling for malfeasance, misconduct, incompetence, and willful neglect? Because throughout this whole process, from the beginning of this application all the way to the signed contract, this appears to be red flags everywhere. Just to name a few, requesting for funds for new FEMA requirements, disappearance of dates from screenshots, significant disparities of money granted between agencies, FEMA requirements versus street-level activation, contracts signed before the second reading of City Council, or if not, the 4 turned into a 1, and then the verge of the second reading differing from the first. All I'm asking is for truth and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Fulton.
Yeah, I'm back there. All right.
Hi, my name is Kathy Fulton. I'm from Port Aransas, Texas.
Just so everybody knows that we're going to be playing procedures and they're going to be all over that area.
Affected by what happened in the city of Corpus Christi. And this matters to us, too. Okay, it really does. Because your actions impact your surrounding communities. And I just want to say that the poll that was online with Chris News says 70, I think it's 72 or 74% of the people aren't supporting this, don't want this. Only 14% are supporting or say that this should finish happening. I want you to think about that. Those are your voters. 74% of your voters are saying, don't do this. And I think you need to be paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Merritt.
Welcome back again, everyone. Well, I'm a little sad. I brought a gift for the hitman journalist. So he needs it. We'll leave that. Just as soda cleans the body tribunal, it is your job to clean the body politic. This is not Corpus Christi. This is Corpus Christi. And if you take the head of the snake, the body is going to follow. So follow the charter. Don't let Mr. Flood here use his 50 days to call 50 more witnesses and keep us here to the election, because she'll use 1,500 more mail-in ballots and steal it just like she did with Michael Hunter. Now, that's all I got to say. I wanted to finish from yesterday. Please make sure your minion gets that. He smells very bad. Have a good day.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca, do we have any other commenters?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then that would conclude our public comments at this time. To commence the hearing, we will have announcements from the parties. First, from the legal counsel for the petitioners, and then the legal counsel for the mayor. Mr. Allison, are you ready to proceed?
Ready.
Mr. Flood?
Yes, ready.
Thank you. Mr. Flood, you can call your next witness.
A respondent calls council member Sylvia Campos.
And we have an objection to that when it's time limit. Yeah. At this time, we would object to calling any council person that is actively serving as a judge. Judges, I mean, quite frankly, if you were in a real courtroom over in Nueces County Court or anywhere in the state of Texas, if you tried to call a judge from the bench, which is essentially what you're trying to do, then that would be immediately denied. There's law out there that says that if a judge gets doing so by acting interest, they automatically disqualify themselves. So just the act of getting on the stand and testifying and saying anything that might be perceived as being in your interest as opposed to the interest of the person asking the questions can be construed under automatic disqualification. State of Texas, and that's the law in the state of Texas.
Passport 28 turn expired January 2027.
Disallowed, and of course this tribunal has not adopted that rule, but it still offers good guidance to us in that it very clearly articulates that a judge cannot be called as a witness, period. Furthermore, it should not be allowed because even if you are witnesses, and by that I just mean if you have facts back to the date and time when some of these incidents made the subject of the impeachment occurred, even if you have some of those facts, the best evidence of those facts is actually looking at the video of what you did. It's all recorded. Looking at the video of what you said. Looking at the video of your reasons for whatever you reasoned or articulated, a lot of which has already been played. So the best evidence of what you did and why you did it at the time is recorded. Finally, the reason to do it is that there is not any show whatsoever that any of you have unique knowledge, including this Congress, who is the one he just called, have any unique knowledge of any of the facts of the case that are not either already in evidence or can be spoken to by a different witness who is not sitting as a judge. In other words, why would you put a sitting judge on the stand when you can get the testimony from other witnesses? And they've not met their burden to show that there are no other witnesses that can be called in order to address the issues. For example, if they want to talk to you about your discussions with somebody else, they can call that somebody else, unless, of course, it's a sitting judge. But that's another reason, is because there's a lot of judicial authority out there that says when you can go get the testimony from another witness, you should go that route. Here you can do that, whether it's calling Peter Zanoni, whether it's looking at the video, whether it's looking at what you said at other meetings. All of that's been put in the record. It's already there. That really leads me to my last point, which is because there's no need to call you as a witness, any of you, And because there is available information from other sources, what it really boils down to, and we know this, they've been stressing it, Mayor's Council has been stressing it from the beginning, what they're really trying to do is force a square peg in a wooden hole. They're trying to pound it in there because they want to take the position that somehow you're witnesses so you can't be fair. That's an issue that's gone before the federal judge, and the federal judge already denied that request for a temporary restraining order on the ground. Then they tried again with the federal judge asking for what we call a preliminary injunction, and the federal court denied that request for a preliminary injunction. And then they tried to get what they call a permanent injunction, and the federal judge dismissed their lawsuit. And then they appealed it to the federal court, the United States 5th District Court of Appeals. They appealed it to the U.S. 5th District Court of Appeals and asked on the same reason, the same basis that we're talking about now. They said, well, you all, this group cannot be the judges. And therefore they argued, Mayor argued, therefore stop these proceedings as unconstitutional. But instead, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals said no, thereby clearly giving their blessing that these proceedings are constitutional and that we should follow accordingly. So this argument that they're making is one that has been rejected over and over and over again. And you might recall last time when they called Councilman Roy, they said that, and I don't know if this is true or not under the case law, they said they had an obligation to, their words, try. They said they had an obligation to make an attempt, and that they're doing that, calling you as witnesses to try or attempt having these witnesses as a means to what they think is preserving order for some subsequent lawsuit they want to file in order to, again, just like they did in federal court, they're going to again try to find these proceedings unconstitutional. So it's really just in that sense, they're really just more of a ruse to, and this goes back to all the arguments, the reason under the federal rules and the reason under the other case law that we don't allow judges to be called as witnesses is because it really is a way to, if you allow that, every criminal defendant should stand up and destroy the dead form. If you let the judge step off the witness stand and step off the bench and step onto the witness stand, it would destroy the integrity of the process if you let the judges move from the bench to the witness stand. Because again, the minute the judge says something that upholds the integrity of the process or talks about facts known in the background or the history of the process, all of a sudden it's going to, you know how we lawyers are. They're going to start asking pointed questions. They're going to infer things. They're going to say things. They're going to attack the judge's credibility, and then the judge says something that may be honest in defense of their credibility and their stances of being committed to unbiased rulings. And it is just a way to destroy the integrity of the process, and that's what they're trying to do. Okay? So there are multiple reasons really supported by federal rules, Texas case law, by also the history of the case. The judge has already made rulings that you may be the judges, okay, and you may proceed. And once that ruling is made, we have to protect the integrity of the process and not allow it to be the ruse they want it to be, which is a witch hunt on you guys, rather than focused on the impeachment and the issues relating to the impeachment of the mayor. For all of those reasons, we would respectfully request that the objection I'm now making be sustained, and that if needed, that there be a motion to sustain the objection, and that it be granted. Thank you.
Mr. Flood, would you like to?
A judge has the fact bias under Texas and federal law to recuse and disqualify themselves sua sponte, so without motion. Councilman Barrera and Councilman Roy recused themselves for that very reason, that being they were fact witnesses. A material fact witness, I'm calling Councilwoman Campos because she is a material fact witness. I'm also calling her to elicit bias testimony. The questions that I would ask her about the facts that she brought with her into this proceeding are those that are unique to her, and so I would have to ask her about any sort of receipt of confidential EDC information that she might have received prior to this proceeding, and the reasoning and knowledge that she had outside of the February 20 meeting, the reasoning and knowledge that she had outside of the April 23 meeting, her reasoning and knowledge outside of the meetings on the first reading and the second reading, her reasons for any reasons outside of what was stated within the meetings. I would ask her about her communication with the petitioners and their counsel, about the allegations in the articles. There is testimony already in the record that she privately met with Philip Ramirez in a phone call. He testified about that, and that was before the April 23 vote. I could go on. I'm willing to make a proffer, or I will make a proffer if I'm not able to ask the witness. But there's much more that I will make as part of my proffer. The fact is that she is a fact witness, just like Mr. Barrera and Mr. Roy, and both of whom were deposed by Mr. David's counsel in the parallel David litigation that contains the same allegations. They were both listed as witnesses. The fact that Ms. Campos was chosen not to be deposed does not mean she wasn't a fact witness in that case and in this case, for the same reasons Mr. Barrera and Mr. Roy were. I am entitled to ask her state of mind when she voted to retain outside counsel Daniel Ray, when she voted to investigate the allegations, any bias or prejudgment she had formed at those stages, the authorization of public funds for the investigation, which we have heard were that from Councilmember Cantu and Councilmember Vaughn in the January meeting for investigation of the mayor and other council members, according to statements by council members in that meeting. I would offer evidence regarding her private conversations with the mayor regarding this proceeding, which are obviously relevant facts. There was a March 24 meeting in this chamber about advancing the articles of impeachment, where Ms. Campos made statements indicating that she sees this proceeding as the only way to address conduct by Mr. Ramirez. And so I would intend to ask her questions about those beliefs that she brought with her to this trial that started on July 22nd. And then I would also ask her about beliefs that she stated on March 24th that prejudge the mayor, where she states that she believes the mayor, quote, should be sanctioned, end quote. Which is a statement made prior to the beginning of this proceeding. So I would disagree with the argument that she is not a material fact witness in this case, and I would disagree that I'm not entitled to ask for bias. The fact that the two federal courts elected to allow this proceeding to go forward does not mean that the record is not allowed to be made in this proceeding regarding the very gravamen of the relief that was requested in the Fifth Circuit. The case of the Fifth Circuit remains, it's still my record in that regard, and that is what I intend to do, and I ask Councilwoman Campos to take the stand.
Therefore, it should be X-ray 052443.
Motion to either disallow the testimony or grant the objection.
10-4, 28 return expires March 27, 2006, Texas, Green Color, Jesse, Tamundio, out of San Antonio, insurance, Colorado 29.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
It's the same. Ms. Campos, for record, did you place a vote?
Just now, the last vote. I'm just asking a clarification. Was that a reference to a prior vote or the vote just now?
Just now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I was just making sure.
And that is, I believe, the correct thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, make my proffer now. Okay. Were Ms. Campos on the stand, I would ask her questions about her receipt of any sort of information outside of the record in this case prior to this proceeding, including any information regarding regarding Type B E-session discussions, any sort of EDC discussions, her reason and communication with. I would also ask her questions about her communication with any of the petitioners, including Mr. David, any communication with counsel for Mr. David, communications and relationships regarding whether or not she has ever been represented by Mr. David's counsel. I would ask her questions about the allegations in the articles and whether or not she's had conversations with the petitioners or their counsel about any of the allegations or the facts underlying the allegations in the articles of impeachment. I would ask her about her reasoning and knowledge, reasoning behind it and knowledge outside of the record, a public record regarding her votes on the February 20 meeting. I would ask her the reasoning and knowledge outside of the public record regarding her comments, both at the February 20 meeting and April 23 meeting, and the reasoning and knowledge regarding her decisions in those meetings. Her reasons for voting are facts in this proceeding, based upon both the facts and the implications and differences raised by the impeachment. As I stated earlier, Mr. Ramirez has already testified, it's already in the record, that he had a conversation, a phone call with Ms. Campos before the April 23 vote. This is a private conversation, and after the controversy had arisen, and I would ask her questions about how long it was, whether or not she recorded it. Do you know if he did? I would ask her the communication that she received from him and her receipt of it and her evaluation of his credibility, whether or not he explained to her that the alteration of the slide was a mistake that has been suggested by him in other contexts, whether he denied that the alteration was done intentionally, whether she believed him, whether she asked him any questions, her evaluation of whether or not his explanations were believable. I would confirm that there's no recording, no transcript, and today that only she can provide us with her impressions that she brought with us to this proceeding based upon that private conversation with Mr. Ramirez. I would also ask her questions about becoming part of the investigation and her state of mind when she voted to retain outside counsel Dan Ray. And much of these that I'm about to go over are also reflected in a later public statement. And so the state of mind, her state of mind in regards to these issues would be something I would ask her about.
September 28th, 25, March 2027, 1997, for pickup blue and color, an email groud out of
and those were based in part on her own understanding of the underlying facts, which were uniquely gathered by her in her private conversation with Mr. Ramirez, and potentially in other conversations that are not part of the record with Mr. David's counsel, the petitioners, and other persons. I would ask her questions about why she made certain comments to Mayor Guajardo, what motivated her to make certain statements to Mayor Guajardo, and her beliefs that she shared with Mayor Guajardo and why she formulated such beliefs. That she stated to the mayor that she wanted an apology prior to July 22nd, 2026. I would ask her questions about what was in her state of mind in that regard, whether or not she believes she received it, whether or not that is the bias that she brought with her to the proceeding. In March of this year, March 24th, there was a council meeting held 4 months before this trial started. She stated publicly certain beliefs. She used the word beliefs.
David Garza, 112484.
Believe
David Garza, 112484.
Mr. Ramirez mislead the council should be considered illegal. She stated the belief that his steps were intentional. She spoke to Mr. Ramirez. Again, she spoke to him on her own individually, and that, without a doubt, would be part of her state of mind in formulating that opinion. She
David Garza now out of San Antonio 25 is not eligible. The punished suspension DWLI after the day June of 2026 and ended of September of 2026. No listing.
Apparently some evidence that helps her
ID only.
Beliefs that she shared about the facts underlying the articles of impeachment.
No, 29.
Again, she expressed the belief, quote, belief, end quote, that the only way to stop this kind of dealings in business as usual is to address it directly, and she believes that this proceeding is the only way to directly deal with it, and that for that reason, that is her belief as to why she's moving forward with the hearing. Those beliefs were brought into this trial on July 22nd. Again, the only wrongdoing addressed is in her statements is that of Mr. Ramirez. And those beliefs were brought to trial. Another belief that she had on March 24th and that she brought with her into this trial is that the mayor should be sanctioned. A text message that she sent while sitting on the dais on March 24th at the text string begins while sitting on the dais, and then that evening at she states, quote, I do not believe in removal. I do believe in a sanction. It can't happen unless we move forward. And I'm going to mark that as Respondent's Exhibit 65. That is a belief she had on March 24th that she brought with her into this trial, and that is that I was just going to finish that sentence before I cut it off. Is that the sanction that the mayor deserved, that she believed that she deserved on March 24th of this year, can only happen if the council moves forward with this removal hearing.
Yes, that is good.
And I assume the offer is that the offer is not into evidence, but for purposes of the offer. Thank you.
My next witness would be Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Flood, can you give us 2 minutes with this new information?
Sure. It's
Attention. Satellite Station 33 is now overhead at 2,000.
Since we're at AC Weaver Park on a fire lane, it's going to be on the east right. He's blocking the roadway. It's going to be by the LA Nails and Dr. Coleman.
Come on, B1. B1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flood. If you'll proceed.
I'll call my next witness, Council Member Mr. Hernandez, please.
And may I be heard on my objection?
Yes.
With the tribunal's permission, I gave a lot of objections last time. It's long to explain it all. May I adopt those by reference?
Yes.
Thank you. We make these same objections to calling Mr. Gil Hernandez, Councilman Gil Hernandez, as we did a moment ago when I was making objections to calling Councilwoman Sylvia Cummins.
Thank you. Mr. Flood?
And Mr. Hernandez is called for the same purposes, and that is to establish that he is a material fact witness and also to establish his bias in regards as a fact finder and judge in these proceedings. He'll be asked questions about the bias and the facts that he understood that he brought with him into this proceeding. A judge is required under Texas and federal law to recuse and disqualify themselves from sponte, much as Mr. Barrera and Roy did recuse themselves because they are fact witnesses. I would establish that Mr. Ramirez, Mr. Hernandez, my apologies, likewise is a fact witness and brought with him certain biases. I would ask him, like I would ask Ms. Campos, about his receipt of confidential EDC information that he received prior to this proceeding, his reasoning and knowledge and state of mind outside of the record, which are obvious, are almost that are clear, which I will get into in a minute. I'm happy to make my proffer, have the objections sustained, and then make my proffer, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I'll call for a motion to grant the objection. There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay.
Thank you,
Mr. Hernandez.
1472.
Thank you. So, as I would have with Ms. Campos, I would ask Mr. Hernandez questions about his receipt of confidential EDC information prior to this proceeding, the reasoning outside the record that he brought with him to the February 20 meeting, his reasoning and knowledge chamber and meetings prior to the April 23 meeting, his reasoning and knowledge that he received outside of the record for his decision on the second meeting, and his reasons for those from the consent agenda. I would ask him reasons why he did that. And I would ask him questions about the preparation prior to the meeting, all discussions, his personal knowledge that he received from conversations from anyone outside of the proceeding on that day that are public. And I would ask him about that he researched the item beyond simply reviewing the agenda packet that contained the altered slide. And at the, if you can go to the head discussions, I'm well aware. Oh, yes. I will play a portion of the exhibit. Our petitioner's exhibit of the video that's already been played. I'll ask, can you just play that real quick? Thank you. Part of Exhibit 6.
By Hilton at the corner of Chaparral Street. Who pulled this one? Councilman Hernandez. Your question or comment?
Yes, question. And I'm familiar with this. I've had a couple of discussions about it. We're well aware of the disparity between what the EDC had recommended and what the Type B had to do. My concern is not so much funding.
Thank you. I would ask him questions about how he became well aware of the discrepancy. I would ask him questions about the research that he had done simply beyond reviewing the agenda packet. He said he had a couple of calls. It sounded like about to say he had a couple of calls about it. However, he then changed that word to discussions about it. Asking about whether or not he had any phone calls with anybody outside of city staff about the item and his knowledge outside of the public record. I would ask him how his awareness of the disparity, whether it became knowledge that he had outside of the public record that was included within the agenda memo for the February 20 meeting. I would ask him questions about his knowledge regarding the mayor on the EDC board. I'd ask him any questions that I'd ask him questions about his contacts with Mr. Hunter or anyone else that sits on the EDC board prior to the February 20 meeting. I would ask him if he was aware of any of the discussions within the EDC meeting. And again, this is not evidence that is being admitted right now. This is just part of my proffer. In those conversations he had, I would ask him what he learned about anything that happened both in the EDC meetings and in the Type B meetings, whether those were the latter, the Type B meetings being either whether he learned anything that came from the closed session or whether he learned anything that came from the public meetings. What he learned about what was described as a spirited discussion within the EDC meeting, what he learned whether the timing, the FEMA timing narrative was addressed at the EDC meeting, and whether he learned anything that suggested whether the mayor learned anything prior to February 20th related to this, to the FEMA narrative or the slide itself, and whether he learned anything that suggested whether the mayor was informed that someone at the EDC meeting may have expressed skepticism about the FEMA narrative. I would ask him questions about that again. Since he's not being allowed to testify, that is not going to be part of the record. Let's learn, and then I would ask him about his conversations with Mr. David, or Mr. Gully, or Mr. Hunter, or the mayor, or anyone else on the EDC board, and ask him all about the concerns that he had about the item before the first reading, because he stated that he had concerns. One was why the Type B went with the requested number and doubled the EDC. I'd ask him why it didn't sit right with him, why it gave him a concern, even though he understood that the Type B reason does not have to give reason.
William Victor Sam, 2564.
The literal thoughts that he had and why he pulled the item to
September 26, 2025, Honda Pilot, high color, OC, Albany, out of Fresno, insurance, confirmed 29.
About the public investment, and the statements he made about that. I would ask him his concerns or goal, whatever it was, in regards to being, in that he stated, quote, "We should be fair and have funding come from Type B for those other hotels as well." And quote, "If we set a standard, make sure we adhere to that standard for everybody." I would ask him about that because we know that Mr. David and RGB have received tours in the past, and we know that they've requested Type B since, and I would ask him questions about whether he was for those particular donors. I would ask him whether Mr. Hunter ever expressed skepticism to him prior to the February 20 meeting about either the FEMA narrative or perhaps even the altered slide. I would ask him about the apparent repeat of the narrative by members Suckley and also Mr. Culbertson, and whether he and his reaction to those repeats of the apparent narrative. I would ask him about that he knew prior to the February 20 meeting that the Type B rejected general FEMA compliance and was not presented, was not actually, and that the actual reason that Type B board was not presented to the council because it wasn't presented to the council on February 20th, and but the record indicates, and I would ask Mr. Hernandez about it, that he already knew that, because after Mr. Hunter brought up the incredibility of the FEMA narrative, Mr. Hernandez stated, can you put the next clip up?
Hernandez.
Okay, so every project that would be downtown would be in a flood zone, right? So are we going to give the benefit to everybody that's downtown that's in the flood zone? That's almost incentivizing you to build in the flood zone. So I don't want to tie it to this flood zone thing. It's not, and it shouldn't be.
It's not. 28, 2026, Chevy, Colorado, John Henry Smith, Iowa, where the agenda memo said that it was. And so Councilman Hernandez's statement makes him a unique fact witness because it appears that before February 20th, he knew that the Type B board's reasoning was not related to general FEMA compliance. And that makes him a unique fact witness. The slide that was prominently displayed, the comments from the mayor, didn't reflect what the Type B had actually based his decision on, but Mr. Hernandez did. And that was based on the discussions that he had prior to the meeting. Apparently, it was personal knowledge he developed and brought with him to that meeting that he still has to this day. That will not be revealed through question. He voted in favor that day because he knew the FEMA narrative was not material to the Type B board's decision. I would ask that question directly. And he voted in favor because the council did not disagree with his notion that we need to be fair and have funding come from Type B for those other hotels as well. And if we set a standard, we've got to make sure we adhere to that standard for everybody. Between February 20th and April 23rd, I would ask him questions about his interactions with Mr. David. I would ask him questions about whether he reviewed the Type B meeting materials, whether he met with Miss Hurlbert, whether he met with Miss Oliveri, which I believe is true. I'd ask him questions about whether he met with Miles Risley, whether he met with Peter Zanoni. And there is also in the record already from Mr. Ramirez's deposition the question and answer where he said, which was played earlier, that he was in a meeting with Gil, Everett, and Mr. Ramirez, where Mr. Ramirez explained to them that it was an inadvertent, accidental, not intentionally done.
Sure, it was a bar scale, and they too sure it was a bar scale.
Question, whatever words you use today to describe it, something along those lines. Yes, that would be accurate. Yes, you made it clear in your explanation to all of those. I would ask Mr. Hernandez questions about his assessment of Mr. Ramirez's credibility that he formulated at the time and brought with him into this proceeding. I would ask him about whether or not he took any notes, if he has any notes related to that meeting that he could share. And so one of the allegations in this proceeding is that Mayor Guajardo somehow improperly favored Mr. Ramirez. I would ask him about that and whether or not he had formed some opinions about that prior to this. He got to have a first-hand assessment of whether Mr. Ramirez was telling the truth about the slide. It wasn't on a phone call. It wasn't anything. I'd ask him about the questions he asked Mr. Ramirez, why he asked those questions, evaluate, in that he formulated impressions about his credibility prior to this proceeding. And I'd ask him whether or not at that time he had seen the actual PowerPoint at any point prior to this proceeding, when and in what context. I would ask him about the impressions that he left with the meeting with Mr. Ramirez. I would ask him if he, it says the articles of impeachment assert that the mayor was advocating for the person and not the project, and I would ask him if he, I would ask him if he has any understanding of what Mr. Ramirez has said to the mayor at any point along the way. If he has any knowledge about that. All fact gathering want to postpone the review. The record indicates that he said he had two reasons to get the unresolved issue about how they arrived at the $2 million. But also for Mr. Zanoni to complete his investigation. I'd ask him questions about why the board president on April 23rd, and he did not inquire that person regarding the unresolved issues he had about how it is that the Type B board arrived at the $2 million as opposed to the $1,043,000. And his state of mind in that regard, and the reasonable inferences drawn therefrom. I would ask him about the executive session on April 16, and whether or not his recollection is that of the same of other witnesses and the presentation that neither Peter Zanoni nor Mr. Risley ever, or whether or not his impressions after the meeting are that he'd never heard in the meeting that. Kind of interesting to not violate the executive session rules in a proffer. So whether or not he also shared other witnesses' formulation that they did not leave that meeting with the impression that any crime had occurred, but that there were only allegations, which is a central fact to the articles of impeachment. I would also ask him questions whether he understood what the recommendation was from staff, and when he entered the April 23 meeting, whether he understood that it was recommended to be considered or whether it was not recommended. And that is an important fact issue regarding one of the articles. Your understanding about the time about why it was being put on, and ask some questions about why, his understanding about why it was on the agenda and why it was not allowed to be on the agenda. I would ask him about the April 23, going back to the February 20, and he stated on April 23rd, it's a very long agenda memo that talked about all the issues that came about, and unfortunately via the various reasons, the presentations and the information didn't always match up with what was actually happening, end quote. That was a quote of Mr. Hernandez at the meeting. And so I would ask him questions about the various reasons and whether EDC and staff simply pulled the EDC material presentation to the council, bypassing the actual reason that Type B gave, which he called editing of the slide. And he referenced that Mr. Ramirez and Bacta hadn't responded to the city manager's inquiries. And because of because of some of the issues with the presentation, which Councilwoman Campos had pointed out, there was some editing, so to speak, and we're waiting on a response. And he claimed there were muddy waters, but they were not muddy for Mr. Hernandez because he knew before February 20th that the Type B board's reasoning was not based on general FEMA compliance because recall the test, his statement was, it isn't. He made the motion that it was for everyone's protection, and the motion that he made that the second for was withdrawn was for everyone's protection. I'd asked him questions about what he meant by that and what it is that he was trying to protect the public from. And let's see. And I would ask him about his belief at that time, because he had questioned, he stated, and I will quote, that's okay, I'm just going to read it, and I quote, I will clarify that in the sense that the request initially was for funding or for flooding mitigation, right, which was discounted, but it's the exact same dollar amount as to what was actually provided by Type B, which is the narrative that the petitioners in this case have actually put on. It's the same factual narrative. It matches the petitioner. So I would ask about coordination with petitioner's counsel, any communications between himself and commissioner or counsel, and really any lawyer that is associated with petitioner's counsel. I'd ask some questions about that. Going back to it, I will clarify in the sense that this is Mr. Hernandez on the April 23 was for funding or for flooding mitigation, right, which was discounted, but it's the exact same dollar amount as what was actually provided by Type B. So just make sure that there's no confusion. I want some documentation as to how they arrived at their number for the $2 million, just to make sure everybody's protected. So that's my motion, even though the Type B board president was right there. And when she said I'd be, quote, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Hernandez later on said, I don't need to say anything more, rather than asking her questions on the record on the very issue that he espoused was important to him. He made a motion for the Type B to state its reasons. I'm looking at this to protect us as an organization, as a city. Again, I'm quoting Mr. Hernandez. I'm looking at this to protect us as an organization, as a city, so we don't have any, lingering thoughts of malfeasance. I would ask him his preparation for that meeting, that he had sit down with Mr. Ramirez, study the issue for 2 months, and he had the chair of the board who made the decision there, and he didn't ask her any questions about how it is that the number was arrived at, the $2 million, the basis for it. In August of 2025, August 29th, 2025, I would ask Mr. Hernandez about an email that he received that contained a petition for removal that had been filed with the city secretary. I would ask him about the news breaking the following day that the petition alleged the mayor was guilty of, quote, malfeasance, end quote, the word he used at the April 23 meeting. I would ask him questions about how 5 months later, in January, the Christi Police Department was on the agenda to publicly discuss its findings in the Project Elevate investigation. Chief Markle was there, Investigator Garcia was there, Breedlove was there, and there was a presentation for public consumption for the investigation details. And I would ask Mr. Hernandez about the fact that he had read the report and he knew that the police were there to answer questions, but something happened at that meeting. Mr. Hernandez made a motion to postpone the police department's presentation, and even though the police department had completed its investigation and the report had already been delivered, and he understood the investigation had been closed, and that he understood that the presentations concerning the police department's findings, he also at the same time understood that the hired outside counsel for a separate investigation, and he stated that he expected that to be February, and he moved to delay it, which was a successful motion, to delay the police presentation
Christopher Boyes out of Health and Texas, no time.
Position,
Transfer 20.
and he didn't want the police department report to be utilized for public purposes, which were his words. I don't want the police departments in the law enforcement investigation to be used for, quote, political purposes. And when he was referring, I would ask him questions about the political purposes he was referring to, and those were asking questions about whether they referred to the controversy involving the articles of impeachment that are before this proceeding right now, in which he was sitting on the dais as a juror in. And he, at that time, knew that the removal petition had been filed against the mayor. He knew that the police department investigation had become part of the public discussion surrounding this proceeding, and he was concerned. I would ask him questions about the fact that whether he was concerned about how the police department's findings might affect those discussions regarding this proceeding. I would ask him questions about whether he wanted to wait because the attorney's report, quote, might be contradictory, end quote, to the police department's report. And those were his words. So before either presentation occurred, he anticipated that the lawyer's conclusions could differ from the police department's and believed that the lawyer might reach findings that the police department had not, and that expectation was the reason he wanted to postpone the police department presentation, even though it was ready to be presented, because it would counter the narrative that had begun after the articles of impeachment, after the petition for removal had been filed months later. I would ask him questions about whether the police department he understood were ready to present. I would ask him to confirm that the police department did not ask for a postponement, instead that he did, and I would ask him questions about the fact that what he wanted to do was change the timing of when the public would hear the police department's conclusions to fit the impeachment narrative that was initiated in the petition for removal. I would ask him questions about that he knew the removal proceeding against the mayor was pending at that time, obviously. I would ask him that he understood prior to that meeting that there had been no finding of criminal conduct by anybody involved by the police department, and that he expected the lawyer's report to address alleged misconduct by elected officials, and that was the reason to delay to try and manipulate the narrative regarding the pretrial proceedings in this matter. I would ask him to confirm his state of mind that the investigations involve many of the same underlying events, and I would ask him questions regarding whether his intent was to have them released together rather than allowing the police department conclusions to stand on their own in order to match impeachment. And they were done all in an effort to try and shape the narrative leading up to this trial. I would ask him to confirm that his concern was not whether the police department had actually completed its work, but that his before the lawyer's report was released, and that is why he sought the delay. He stated, quote, I don't want you to put you in a bad spot or have you utilized for political purpose, so I want to make sure that we have all the information at the same time. And one of the justifications was that the police findings would be used for political purposes, and Mr. Hernandez publicly confirmed that this removal proceeding is a political process and not a legal process. I would ask him to confirm that a policy is something that focuses on written rules and guidelines and goals, and it answers what actions will be taken to fix an issue. And politics focuses on power, campaigns, elections. It involves conflict, debate, and compromise between people. It answers who gets to rule and how they win support. And I would then return to the facts of the petition, the timing of the petition for removal, the postponement, the Corpus Christi Police Department and Daniel Ray presentations in February, and that less than a month later, I would ask him about his state of mind of signing the 3-signature memo initiating the the three-signature memo dated March 11, 2026, and I would ask him questions about his public expressions of a willingness to run for mayor. I would ask him questions about his decision and state of mind to sign the three-signature memo and to put this removal proceeding on the agenda to start the process, and that it was a political decision to sign the three-signature memo, and I would ask him, do you have the clip? Ask him about a
the city secretary has some authority to put stuff on the agenda, but she just didn't want. She went.
I'm going to ask him questions about his state of mind on. Do you know the date that was? It's okay. On April 29th, just 6 weeks after signing the three-signature memo, and that his state of mind in signing the signature memo was not founded on policy, and it was not founded on anything other than politics. I would confront him with this statement, a public statement he made.
The city secretary has some authority to put stuff on the agenda, but she just didn't want. She wasn't going to. And no.
I would confirm with Mr. Hernandez that is his voice that we hear in that clip. Go ahead.
Staff member would ever do, because it really is a political process. Yeah. Well, so given the political process, not a legal process. No, well, the charter is an ordinance, right? Or it's voted on by the citizens, right? So we're following that process. But any kind of these things to put stuff on the agenda is by the policies that we have in place.
I would ask him to confirm that the memo itself is a policy, but the decision was, as he stated, political. I would ask him questions about, in November, the November 7, 2023, Proposition A, that voters in Corpus Christi considered Proposition A. Proposition A, I'll ask him questions about Proposition A would have supported the renewing of a 25-cent sales tax and dedicating the revenue to constructing and renovating regional parks, convention center complex. I would ask him to confirm that Mr. Ajit David, a petitioner, a person in this case who's identified himself as a petitioner, who is sitting right now next to Petitioner's Counsel, who is has been at these proceedings, as far as I can tell, every single day, and I would ask him to confirm that, as I think he would, that Mr. David and Mr. Raju Bhagat were opposed to Proposition A back in 2023. I would ask him to confirm that in 2024 he was the chair of the Audit Committee. And I would ask him to confirm that on August 28th, 2024, the Auditor's Office received an allegation regarding a $2 million incentive to the Homewood Suites by Hilton at the corner of North Chapel Street and Lomax Street in downtown Corpus Christi, and that according to the allegation, the government document was altered to obtain tax dollars from the Type B Corporation. I would ask him to confirm as auditor, based on his personal knowledge and in his capacity as chair of the Audit Committee, that Mr. David is who made that allegation. And Mr. David I would ask him to confirm his personal knowledge that Mr. David is a partner in or affiliated with Bayfront Marina Investments LP, and that he was chair of the Audit Committee, as I stated, and that the following day, the day after August 28th, 2024, on August 29th, 2024, Bayfront Marina Investments donated $1,500 to Mr. Hernandez, and then a month later they donated 1 month later. And I would ask him questions regarding his statement that he made and that has been published, that regarding that payment, He denied that. I would ask him to confirm that he has denied that it was that the money related to the audit complaint, even though it was paid the day after Mr. David made the complaint, and that the other payment was made only a month later, and asked him to confirm that he affirmatively, that it was his state of mind prior to this proceeding, where Mr. David is a petitioner and has been sitting here as a party in this proceeding, asked him to affirmatively confirm that the money was paid to Mr. Hernandez, quote, for, end quote, his opposition to Proposition A, which had been voted down over 9 months earlier, and the incredibility of the timing of a payment of $1,500 on August 29th in its relation to something that happened on August 28th, and his statement that it was for opposition to Proposition A. Can you play that clip, please?
Was that timing just a coincidence?
It's just retaliation.
I'm talking about the contribution.
No, it was for something different.
Had nothing to do with what was going on?
No, we didn't support Proposition A in 2023. Which was funding for a hotel, a convention center hotel.
Yes,
no, I got it. It was funding for a convention center hotel that we didn't support.
And I would ask him to confirm that the person or the entity that paid the money on August 29th and a month later on September 30th, I believe, something like that, approximately, is an entity, was number one, an entity, and number two, and number two, principal of that entity, Mr. David, signed the articles of impeachment in this case. Finally, I would ask Mr. Hernandez questions about very recent statements made after the initiation of this trial. Specifically last Thursday.
181 Empire, Williams, Charles David, 1756, Williams, Charles David, 1756.
I would ask him to confirm whether or not he made a public statement that when asked if he's going to run for mayor, whether or not he said, quote, first we have to get rid of Paulette, end quote. And that ends my proffer of Mr. Hernandez's testimony. And with that, and I want to make sure the affidavit of compliance, which was marked as Exhibit 64, I think that was 64. Yeah, that's what I mean. The affidavit of compliance is Exhibit 64. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and offer Exhibit 64.
No objection.
All right.
Attention.
Only housekeeping item I have with that is
145.800 megahertz.
I asked that 64 be admitted in the subject. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
And so with that, respondent rests.
Thank you. Rebuttal?
Yes, at this time we call Brian Gully.
And I have an objection to the rebuttal because needs to be heard before Mr. Gully is brought in. Okay, let me grab that.
Okay. While we allow him to prepare, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Oh, wait, copy 27. Forty-four 75 61 47. 44 75 61 47. Sorry.
Yeah. One oh eight 28 expires February 2027. 07 Chevy Terrio, tan in color. Saber, hot new blonde full, snow 29 confirmed. 27 Ferry, hot new blonde fulls, eligible, clear, no 29.
108 copy.
With traffic. You should have by 29 white Chevy. It's going to be an Equinox. Entry Charles George 1416. Entry Charles George 1416.
February 28, 25, May 27, 2026, Chevy SUV white color. Albert Alvarado, Riviera, Oblera, Series 029,
At 2,252.500 meters. Elevation 29.1 degrees.
41 traffic stop. Black Honda Florida. George Mary 46. Mary John 1482.
February 28, return expires January of 2025. 2014 Honda Accord, black and color, Bradley Bar out of Corpus, Texas. Showing renewal out of McAllen. Insurance confirmed at 29.
No, go for 10.
645 fill.
45 fill.
Lunch today, though. Lunch from 11 to 12 or 12 to 1?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 11 to 12 and then we'll get loaded up after that.
That sounds good.
Alright, y'all got this letters?
That'll work. Service for 10-7.
Can you give me that shoes? I'm going to call the line for a question.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2543 is now overhead at 2240.000 megahertz. Elevation 36.5 degrees.
Flight Victor 4960.
Yeah. 405, folks.
450.
B24 Division, Courtier.
Attention. Satellite 050 is now overhead at 436.795 megahertz. Elevation 44.1 degrees.
Music is on here.
Lunch at Chris.
Where do we put the laptops?
I better go.
What's your name? That's fine.
Weinberg is over. Yeah. Let's find out what Mr. Day wants. He's running his turn around.
Yeah, triple burger sounds good right now, too.
Over to us, south, 3 on board, 6 minutes, 810.
I'm doing it.
10-4, thank you. Show me working the Robstown route and station.
Day really was wondering what you were going to do for lunch.
I brought my lunch today, buddy. I'm going to. Yeah, if he never goes out, he always brings something. Well, I mean, it could change what you want. Maybe you can text me.
Well, I did promise Julie I'd give him a burger. But I don't know where we can put these live problems.
He also promised you one too because of the tire.
Howard Barbecue. Should have some guns right there.
Well, we do have an hour left.
You got over there, on Greenwood, there you got Dairy Queen, Popeyes, churches.
0 meters. Elevation 26.8 degrees.
Forgot about that. Yeah, we can do churches.
Hell yeah, some chicken. Alright, you ain't got to push me on.
For 28, return on 6939, expires March 2019, 2017, Nissan Rogue. White color, State Farm Mutual Automobile out of Houston, no 29. Insurance verified. John Paul, Nora. The return expires March 2027, 2017 Jeep Renegade, white color, Zenaida Garcia Pena out of Fremont. Insurance is confirmed, no 29.
Robert.
I turned off his sound, and the video.
308 North Central Apartment 27, 308 North Central Apartment 27.
So we will.
Title 1099 subject. It's not supposed to be around the female. You got her location. It's going to be
having arrested, been indicated that there is.
She's going to be in the back door of the apartment. Unknown description. She's going to try to go into the AC.
The rebuttal evidence
again,
that
subject
received
1099.
notice of is not rebuttal evidence, and so respondent objects to this improper rebuttal. The concern is that there are two areas that Mr. Gully would be asked about, both of which are part of petitioner's burden that they have had to carry all along, and neither of which arose for the first time in the mayor's case. First of all, first one being any evidence related to the Article 3 confidentiality violation, and any evidence regarding what the mayor knew or did not know about the FEMA narrative or any sort of slide alteration before February 20th. That issue is petitioner's Article 1 charge. Petitioners knew both issues. They bore the burden on both issues, put on their evidence, and rested.
Y'all going to take lunch from 11 to 12 and then go to the
does not convert evidence they failed to offer, and that does not convert evidence that petitioners failed to offer in their case in chief into rebuttal. They cannot wait until the mayor is ready to fill holes in their affirmative case. The order of proof matters, and the rules of procedure in this court, in this case that were adopted by this tribunal, specifically reference rebuttal. So rebuttal means rebuttal. First, they may intend to elicit something occurred during the November 9 CCRADC meeting that supposedly put the mayor on notice that the FEMA narrative was false, or that there was an altered slide or both. That would not goes directly to the knowledge element of petitioner's Article 1 theory, and petitioners can't reopen a case petitioners may intend to ask this witness irrelevant opinion testimony about confidentiality and
we'll be there, Larry, when you show up.
Provisions. That's not rebuttal either. That is the alleged act constituting Article 3 itself, and petitioners cannot reopen their case in that regard. Neither issue was created by the defense case. Both existed before this proceeding began. Both were known to petitioners. Both were part of the allegations they chose to bring, and both belonged in their case in chief. And in fact, I would state on the record, I believe that the indication that there would be a rebuttal witness was actually rejected prior to the resting of the petitioner's case. So to the extent this witness provides any evidence that relates to any of those issues I just described, it is by definition not rebuttal. A rebuttal permits a party to answer new material raised by the opposing party. It doesn't permit the party with the burden of proof to wait until the defense is rested and then fill holes in its affirmative case. When this body adopted rebuttal as part of the procedures, it was adopting that particular part of it. We object to the witness in its entirety as improper rebuttal and an improper reopening of petitioner's case in chief after the respondent has rested. If this objection is not testifies, we would ask petitioners to identify the particular evidence that was introduced for the first time during the mayor's case that the proposed area of testimony is offered to rebut. I ask that objection be sustained and that this rebuttal witness not be allowed to testify.
Mr. Allison, do you have a response?
Yes. We heard hours and hours of testimony from Lee Olivari that promoted this idea and talked over and over and over again that the reason for this was the retail and public spaces, and that is the reason behind the ordinance. That calls into question, again, it is primary to their defense, that calls into question and it actually was spoken about also with Leo Lavari and also with their other witness, who was Councilman Roy Herrera. All of that led to further testimony about what happened at CCREDC, which was specifically discussed in all of the testimony, and there was debate and dispute about that. Those disputes that were raised, this different narrative that they have raised throughout their defense, is, I believe, will be specifically rebutted by the testimony of Dr. Belli. The rules expressly allow for rebuttal testimony, and therefore we think that this witness does have evidence of criminal, and in the interest of transparency and pursuant to the express rules of this tribunal, we ask that their motion be denied or their objection be denied.
Mr. Flood.
There was no evidence offered through Leo Olivari or Everett Roy about what happened within the meeting of the CCREDC. That did not happen. There's a transcript of yesterday's hearing, and that evidence will not be found. And so this is improper rebuttal. This is evidence that clearly could have been presented during petitioner's case in chief, and we would again re-urge our objection that it is simply not true that the evidence yesterday included evidence about from witnesses about what happened. Mr. Roy was not at the meeting. Ms. Olivari was not at the meeting. And that was not evidence on
go to A1D, A1.
the mayor. So this is improper rebuttal.
Do we have yesterday's transcript?
I received a rough draft from the court reporter last night, and I'm happy to forward it for review.
I don't have it. I will tell you that I know we went specifically over the CCREDC meeting that we have the meetings from executive session on, and we went specifically over those. And so it has absolutely been a part of their case that we are now rebutting.
There, in the record, there will not be found any offer by the mayor regarding that. That's simply not true. To the extent council wanted to try and inject part of its case into the mayor's case, that's fine. That's different. That's not the same thing as something new and different offered by the mayor in her defense. So that is a mischaracterization of the testimony yesterday, I believe, and that there has not been the grounds laid for this rebuttal witness. Simply, I did not lay that.
Well, to the extent he brings up an issue, which he did, which is this second narrative they want everybody to believe now, to the extent they bring up that issue and we try to refute it by going into the actual meeting minutes of the CCREDC meeting, that was not even objected to by them at the time because it tends to rebut what that witness was testifying to. They know that. And that opens the door and absolutely allows me to bring a witness to that additional information, which is the same rebuttal to what Leah Oliveira said. So we would ask that the motion to overrule the objection be
There's 8.5 private 1419 South Highway 41, 1419 South Highway 281.
And so
My contact with a male subject going to be in a semi-tractor trailer, right?
it is to deny
Minors white cab.
new evidence provided
It's going to be a reference to CDL license.
and that did not occur. There was no testimony at all about internal EDC meetings offered by the mayor.
Not for all the EDC leaders.
Yeah, it is new.
Specific evidence brought up that needs to be rebutted, because I thought the two witnesses, one was what happened at council, and the other one was what happened at the Type B board. That's her particular scope of knowledge.
But she had a narrative, so to speak, that talked about why she voted for it, and then she tried to say that's why other people voted for it. And I'll remind you that we've never deposed her. First time we've ever heard from that witness. There was a tremendous amount of new information about that tended to discredit or undermine what happened at the CCR-EDC. Because of that, I went into the notes we have, or the meeting minutes that we have from CCR-EDC with her to refute what she said. But I'm entitled then, when that is the first time I've ever heard that evidence, I'm entitled then to have a witness then come and support what I think is in those notes from CCR-EDC as additional evidence to rebut what she said for the first time. Never heard it before.
But what did she say specifically? What did she say specifically? Because her knowledge was limited to my understanding of how they voted.
Well, it actually goes back to the same staff people, if you'll recall. The CCR-EDC staff prepares what goes in front of CCR-EDC, and the CCR-EDC staff prepares what goes in front of Type B, and the CCR-EDC staff prepares what goes in front of the city here. So there is a common thread there throughout that I think needs to be rebutted and clarified.
All that evidence was included in the petitioner's case in chief. What I just heard, all of that, every single one of those facts he just stated was contained in the petitioner's case in chief.
Anything from that witness that contradicted?
I can't hear you.
I didn't hear anything what she testified to that contradicted the position of the prior testimony of what might have happened at EDC. That only that when it came to them, there was a presentation asking for money for infrastructure and then a street issue. And they only voted on the street issue and disregarded the element or consideration of infrastructure. So she had no personal knowledge and didn't really tie it back into CC meetings. That's my recollection of her testimony.
I think her testimony brings into question all of that with the same staff members that worked on exactly that piece of it. She repeatedly took the position that she was very clear and everybody else was very confused. And that is the first time we've ever heard that, and I think we're entitled to rebut it.
Not evidence offered by the mayor in her case in chief. That's just simply inaccurate. The fact of the matter remains that the attempt to elicit testimony about what happened during the November 9 EDC meeting is not in rebuttal to anything that the mayor placed into evidence during her case in chief. It only relates to an issue that was raised and was attempted to be addressed in petitioner's case in chief. Rebuttal is not available to fill a hole that is contained within petitioner's case.
Attention.
And that's what they're attempting to do.
Satellite is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 12.4
Ever
degrees.
express any personal knowledge about what happened at EDC?
Well, he definitely testified about what happened at CCR EDC. He was not personally there.
The answer to that question was no.
I don't see the photo. That's your decision. I don't see it.
Is there a sentiment from this board whether to sustain or to allow the rebuttal? It's been presented, both arguments, and we've heard from our counsel. And for clarification, this is to allow the rebuttal? So there's a motion and a second to allow the rebuttal to continue. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do a quick sound check and then see if I can also, do video. Hold on 1 second. Dr. Gully, we are in session. Can you hear me? We are in session.
Yeah, I hear you well.
Can we hear? Okay. Dr. Gully, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Mr. Allison, if we can allow Ms. Rebecca to swear in the witness.
And I'm just going to simply object to the witness's remote swearing in. It's improper under the ordinance, under the city ordinances and the city charter, and it's also, there's no precedent for it under the city charter, and it's also improper under Texas law.
Okay, I don't know of anything under the city charter.
We allow for remote participation in our regular meetings.
And there's no vote, so I can double check with our city attorney if you like.
Do we have our city attorney present?
We have an assistant city attorney present.
Okay. Our city manager's just bringing her out.
Dr. Gullo, if you'll hold on 1 moment, please. But we are still in open session.
Hi, Ms. Lisa.
Yes.
I don't have anything right now. That's all I do have is the later.
So I think it's
okay.
Objection. There's nothing that permits it. And so this is there are definitely the articles, under the rules of procedure, allowed for the calling of witnesses, subpoenaing witnesses, and Mr. Gully, Dr. Gully, is not here in the chambers, and so there's nothing in the rules of procedure that afford a remote swearing in of a witness, and there is nothing in the city charter that allows the swearing in of a remote witness, and there is nothing under Texas law that allows the witness in this situation to be sworn in remotely, and so the respondent objects for that reason.
And I would respond to that by saying that the rules adopted here expressly allow for witnesses to be called and be sworn by somebody who is qualified to administer an oath. We can do that here. And he says with nothing allowing it in Texas law, we do it all the time at the courthouse.
Ms. City Attorney, do you have advice here?
No further comments.
So, based on interpretation of the adopted rules, can you advise?
I think it's fine to proceed.
Fine to proceed to allow the remote?
Yes.
Should we allow the remote, in addition to certifying location? I believe it was said that Ms. Rebecca Huerta, who is administering oaths through these proceedings, can do that remotely. Is there any other information she should obtain?
I don't believe so, no.
Mr.
That's
One
a
B,
notary
do you
public.
have your own unit?
And I renew my objection. There's simply no empowering.
301B is a release clause.
There's no empowering code provision. There's no empowering provision of the city charter that allows for this particular form of testimony. And so I would object to it on that basis. And also, it does not meet the requirements under Texas law for a remote swearing. And I'm asking for a ruling, please. Yes.
Do we have a ruling from the board? I'm sorry? Motion and second to overrule. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Rebecca.
I do have one more objection. I'm sorry. My apologies. Quickly. I object because it violates my client's fundamental right of confrontation to not have Dr. Gully in chambers for an examination. And so for that reason, I also, and that's more of a constitutional violation, and that is separate and apart from the code and statutory provisions I object to earlier. This would be a inability to confront the witness, and so that's a separate objection that has to be ruled.
Do you have a response, Mr.
Sure. Again, happens all the time. You can confront people over a video conference. You can examine them. You can cross-examine them. We do it all the time in civil cases. They do it all the time in criminal cases. It's something that occurs frequently, and it's a courtesy extended to witnesses. And I think we meet all of those parameters. As such, there's no fundamental deprivation of any constitutional right by having them confront this witness over video, audio, rather than in person.
And without the ability to tender exhibits to them or anything like that. So
Attention.
We have
131 -01 in hour and 2,245 I0 Animation 58.6 degrees.
We have a motion to overrule. And a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay.
May I proceed?
I think so.
I think she needs to swear in.
Yes, of course, as soon as Ms. Rebecca swears in the witness, yes.
All right. Mr. Brian Gully, Dr. Brian Gully, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Gully, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
And we can hear you fine. This is Doug Allison, and I'm going to start by just asking you to state your name, please.
Dr. Robert Brian Gully.
And where do you reside?
14202 Playa del Rey, Corpus Christi, 78418.
And how long have you been a resident of this community?
73 years.
Okay, and go ahead and tell us what your background is professionally.
My training and occupation, oral and maxillofacial surgeon and a businessman.
And specifically, have you been active in some of the local community boards and maybe even city or port boards?
2 terms as port commissioner and then serving on the EDC, the Type A board, ISAC board, Chamber of Commerce, multiple boards. Plus the aquarium executive board, and I'm on the advisory board of the Marine Science, the University of Texas Marine Science Institute currently.
I'm going to get sort of right to the point. Did you serve on what we call the CCR EDC board in 2023?
Yes, I did.
And were you serving on that board when the Homewood Suites project, if I call it that, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
When the Homewood Suites project made their application for $2 million through the EDC, or RE, Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. When the Homewood Suites made that application, were you on that CCREDC board?
Yes, I think I was the vice chair.
And was Mayor Paulette Guajardo also serving on that board at that time?
Yes.
And I will tell you that this tribunal, the city council members that are before us right now, that this tribunal has already received into evidence the meeting minutes from the confidential meeting that occurred when a vote happened on that project. Do you understand what I'm referring to?
Yes.
In other words, that's already, and I know that usually there is some sort of a confidentiality privilege, but those documents have already been produced to us about what happened inside that confidential meeting and admitted into evidence, so there's no longer
Yes, I do.
And let me just ask you,
Mr. Flood.
Pardon?
A little bit of time to make an objection before you answer.
Yes, sir. Mr. Flood.
Yeah, my objection was that the premise that he presented the witness with was a mischaracterization of the prior testimony, and so that specifically that the confidentiality related to information received as opposed to the actual meeting itself. And so, and the only premise for that was a question of Mr. Culbertson that counsel asked Mr. Culbertson, are those meetings public? And Mr. Culbertson said, no, we are a private 501c6. So that is not testimony that establishes that the meeting was confidential. And so I'm objecting to it on that basis.
Yeah, I've asked it, he's answered it. I'll go to the next question.
I ask that the objection be sustained because it was a false premise presided to the witness, and so I ask that the question itself, that the objection be sustained and a different question be asked.
I think the correct response to that probably is that the tribunal will recall the evidence.
Okay, we'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Dr. Gully, were you at that meeting when there was discussion about whether or not to approve an incentive award for the Homewood Suites project? And by that meeting, I mean at CCREDC.
Yes, I was.
Was Mayor Paulette Guajardo at that meeting?
Yes.
Who else, if you recall, would have been at that meeting?
There's about more than a dozen people at that meeting. Bart Brazelton, Sarah Tyndall, who was presiding as the head staff member because Mike Culbertson wasn't at that meeting. And there would have been I don't remember exactly which meeting people were there, but there was quite a few of the regular members. I think Dennis Black was It's I don't remember everybody that was there. I didn't pay that much attention to it, but there was a pretty full meeting. We had a quorum.
Okay, and would you rely on the meeting minutes to identify who was actually there?
I would have to, yes.
Okay. And so do you recall there being a debate about whether or not to give any incentive award to the Homewood Suites?
We had a strong discussion.
Was the mayor advocating for any position?
She was advocating for the $2 million for the project. I think she seconded the motion. There was a motion made, and she seconded it. I opposed it.
And why did you oppose it?
For numerous reasons. Although the two people, Philip and his partner Devin, I consider friends of mine, I didn't like the project for multiple reasons. I don't think it was a good look that Philip had just come off our board a few months ago. I thought that if you look at economic development programs, it starts at the best projects all the way down to the worst projects for economic development. And these hotels are considered down towards the bottom as the least desirable projects. That was the main reason. I felt like it was way too much money for one project like that, because I'm not in favor of projects that are somewhat unique. In other words, using taxpayer money to incentivize one project that competes with other projects, like the other hotels in the area. And that they'd already received quite a bit of taxpayer money in the TERS fund. And I gave several reasons, but really it's just, I like, because of the low wages that hotels generate, and the fact that they don't bring any new business to town, they just accommodate business that's already coming to town. So I had several reasons. I thought it was way too much money. I thought there were much better projects to use the money on, and then I disagreed with the reasons they gave why they needed that much money.
Yeah, well, I'm going to level an objection. The testimony is not in rebuttal to anything that was in the mayor's case. This examination proves the point as to why this witness should not be allowed to continue testifying in rebuttal. There is no attempt to rebut anything because they can't. Everything they're offering relates to the burden that they assumed in their own case in chief, and so I would object to any further testimony from this rebuttal.
244 from
I'm simply going to predicate at this point.
So you're renewing your objection?
I'm renewing my objection based upon the evidence, based upon the testimony that's been elicited. It, once again, is not in rebuttal. Not one thing has been in rebuttal to anything in the mayor's case. It's not rebuttal evidence, and I object to it going forward.
Yeah, my response is very simple, and that is, at this point, I'm just laying predicate. I'm trying to get to the point that we're trying to make here that I've articulated already and that you've ruled on already. And so,
Then I'll go ahead and call the motion. I have a motion and a second to overrule the objection. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay.
Dr. Gully, the things you just articulated, did you voice those concerns during the meeting?
Yes, I did.
One of the things you just said, and now said you voiced that concern during the meeting, was the reason that they were asking. Did you understand during the meeting that the reason applicant was asking for the $2 million was for what was characterized as newly defined and recent changes to FEMA rules?
Yes.
Was that very clear to the meeting that that was the reason for the ask for the $2 million?
Objection. The question is vague. He simply said it was clear to the meeting, so that is clearly asking for hearsay. He's asking for other people's state of mind. There's no predicate.
Can you restate your question?
Sure. Was there debate about that issue, about whether or not their FEMA rules were being or had been newly defined and there were recent changes?
Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the witness be instructed to not answer questions until after objections are ruled upon. The witness was asked specifically a hearsay question, and I'm objecting under this procedure's rules against hearsay. And so objection, hearsay.
Understood.
He heard you. Okay.
I ask my objection to be sustained. My objection be sustained, and that the answer by the witness that was rushed
right now the only question
is stricken.
Which is
I
have a motion to sustain. We have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Sustained. Thank you.
Dr. Gully, what was your personal experience with regard to how long, or any of your knowledge during that meeting about when or whether or not there were new FEMA rules?
When when the comments were made that this project was going to cost more money because of the recent changes in the FEMA rules and the base, as related to the base flood elevation, I made a comment that I knew personally for a fact that Mr. Ramirez was aware of that quite some time ago, because I had personally made him aware of that.
Typically, I had sold him some of that.
Did you say the property that the project is located on?
Yes.
And back at that time, which is I guess 2021-ish, does that sound right?
Yeah, somewhere back there.
Back at that time, did you make it very clear to Mr. Ramirez that the FEMA rules and the FEMA rules were in effect back in 2021?
Yes, I did, because at that discussion he was talking about tearing the buildings down, and I specifically was asking for a little more money because one of the buildings had been renovated. And he said, we're just going to tear them. And I said, well, if you tear them down, you're going to have to raise the base flood elevation. And he said, yes, he acknowledged he was aware of that.
Okay. Now, did you share that discussion that you had with Philip Ramirez back at the time of his purchase? Did you share that discussion with the people at the CCR-EDC meeting when this was being debated, including the mayor?
Yeah, everyone at the meeting, I made it clear that he knew that was going to be an issue, a problem, back when I sold him the property, because at the time I sold him the property, he said he was going to build a building for the university. And that's at that time I told him, you need to you are aware that you're going to have to, raise the base flood elevation. Like I say, he's a friend of mine, and I did not want to sell him a piece of property that he didn't understand, had an issue with.
Okay. And when you were in the CCR-EDC meeting within earshot of the mayor, did you make it clear to the mayor, at least from your intention in making speech or providing information, did you make it clear that Philip had long known about the FEMA rules?
Yes, I did.
And do you believe the mayor was clearly within earshot of you explaining all of that to the group?
I think I made everyone clear about that when I said it. I thought it was important.
And so in that sense, do you think you made it clear that the changes in FEMA rules were not new, so to speak?
Objection. There's been no predicate laid for the question about changes. Zero.
I'll rephrase. Yeah, we're talking about, do you understand that we're talking about FEMA rules that the changes had been initiated back in about 2020? Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And did you make it clear to the group that there were no new changes, that the changes had been around for years during the CCR-EDC meeting?
Yes.
Did the mayor then back down from wanting $2 million for the project?
Objection. There's been no predicate laid for the timing of his statement. That was an argument by counsel, and so I object to facts not in evidence, and I object to the argument.
I'll rephrase. During the meeting, who made the motion to award $2 million?
Bart Rasmussen.
By the way, are you familiar that the recommendation, the highest recommendation for a dollar amount from CCR-EDC staff was about $1,043,000?
Objection. The objection. The word recommendation is a mischaracterization because the model that was a product of the RIMS 2 model.
Are you aware that the model recommended most $5,043,000?
Yes.
And who seconded the motion for $2 million?
Mayor Guajardo.
Did your providing the information about, hey, these are not new rules, they've been around for a while, or however you articulated it, did that dissuade the mayor at all from the vote?
Objection. There's not evidence. Objection. There's not evidence that he stated those words in the meeting. So that's a mischaracterization of prior testimony.
Yeah. If I mischaracterize your testimony, please let me know, Mr. Gully, okay, or Dr. Gully. Okay. Did any of the things that you told them during the executive session that you told the mayor dissuade her from pushing for $2 million?
No.
Was there even
apparently not?
Was there a discussion about, hey, maybe you should pull down your motion?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I said it or one of the other meetings, but and the mutual decision was to let it go to a vote.
And did that vote for $2 million fail or succeed?
It failed.
Yeah. Do you have any doubt in your mind, and you can only speak for what you perceived during the meeting, do you have any doubt in your mind that you made it very clear to the mayor that the idea that this was new rules by FEMA was untrue? Or did you make that clear?
I feel like I made it clear to him.
Thank you. No further questions.
And Mr. Gully, you feel like you made it known, but you can't state for certain that you did. True? That's what you just testified to.
Well, from the vote, and from some comments that other members made, you get a feel for the room, and of course the vote tells you exactly what they feel.
And it would be your testimony that if Mr. Ramirez, that if his presentation at the EDC board contained a narrative that he was surprised by in 2022 to alleged changes, what you're saying is that would be, it was discussed according to your testimony that particular issue was discussed. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just going to object to the question. It's confusing.
It is confusing.
Dr. Gully, did you, at that meeting, is it your testimony that the narrative that in 2022 there had been, that Mr. Ramirez was surprised in 2022, was that exact narrative discussed?
It's kind of confusing, but at the time I told Ramirez about the FEMA rules, then at that time he did not seem surprised.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Ramirez was at the November 9 meeting?
Excuse me, again?
Is it your testimony that Mr. Ramirez was at the November 9 meeting that you were just talking about?
No, he was not at that meeting. Okay. He was not at the EDC meetings.
Okay. Right. I just want to make sure the record was clear. And so my question to you is are you telling this tribunal that the issue of surprise, okay, do you understand when I say that?
The issue of surprise about what?
About changes in a FEMA floodplain maps. Does that narrative ring a bell in your mind at all?
I'm not sure I completely understand what you said. You mean in that meeting, was anyone surprised about that?
No, I'm asking, in that meeting where you say this issue of where FEMA maps was discussed in an EDC meeting on November 9th, right? November 9, 2023, correct?
That was the meeting we voted on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. In that meeting, would it be your testimony that there is some sort of discussion about whether or not would be credible that Mr. Ramirez was surprised in 2022 about alleged changes in the FEMA map? Was that particular issue discussed? It's a yes or no question.
No, I don't believe that. In that detail was surprised back when I originally talked to him about it. I don't think we discussed that particular part of it.
Okay. And also at the November 9 EDC meeting, there was absolutely no discussion regarding any sort of altered slide or anything like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
No. And so what we know is that on November 9th, 2023, at a EDC meeting that convened at 8 a.m., there was a discussion, a spirited discussion about whether or not the EDC board would recommend $1,043,000, which was the RINS model, or $2 million, which was the request, or some other number. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
But it went in an order. First, a motion was made and voted on.
Okay. I object, non-responsive, everything after yes. And so we know that was the spirited discussion, correct?
It was a spirited discussion, I would say, yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Brazelton, fair to say, was kind of espousing the approval of the $2 million and was advocating that we need to support projects like that. Is that fair to say?
Probably fair to say, yes.
Yeah. And it is also true that you do not have any specific recollection of the mayor, in her words, advocating one way or another. She simply seconded and voted in favor of the one that failed 3-6. True?
No, they both seem to be supporting the project.
And who was the third person? Who was the third person that voted? The minutes don't reflect it. Based on your recollection, who was the other member that voted?
You know, I don't remember, but it was on my side of the road, and therefore I might not even be able to see them because other people between me and them, but it was someone on my side of the road.
Okay. And so, most definitely, when y'all voted to support that $1,043,000, you absolutely, under no circumstances, were supporting any sort of false narrative regarding FEMA flood maps. Fair to say?
I was not aware of anyone mentioning any date or maps or anything like that meeting.
Okay, all right. Was Mr. Almaguer at that meeting?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe he was down. He would have been at the far end of the road I was on, probably.
Okay. Has the petitioner's counsel, in this case, who just asked you questions, has he ever represented you?
Excuse me?
Has Mr. Allison ever been your lawyer?
Yes, he has.
Is he current your lawyer?
No, that was the case some time ago.
Okay. Are y'all in any? Are y'all business partners?
In no way. No.
Okay. This past May, Mr. Allison was married in Italy, right?
Yes, he was.
And you went to that wedding, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And where was it?
In Italy. Someplace on the island in Italy.
It was
I've never been to Italy before.
It was an extraordinarily beautiful place, right?
It was a beautiful place.
All right. And at that wedding that you attended, it was a small group from Corpus Christi that went?
Yeah, pretty good sized group, yes.
Yeah. And at that wedding that you attended, and that was just a few months ago, back in May, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that wedding that you attended...
At this point, I'll interpose an objection. At some point, I think it gets too off track. I think he's made a point in terms of where you definitely know each other and have a relationship.
A couple more follow-ups on that. At that wedding, the officiant at that wedding, who was the officiant at the wedding, who married Mr. Allison and his new bride was Tammy Watts, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Tammy Watts is the wife of local lawyer Michael Watts, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. and Mrs. Watts were there, right?
Michael and
I'm sorry.
Michael and Tammy Watts,
yes.
Yeah.
And the judge, Mr. Gully, I've got one more question for you in that regard. Mr. Watts's mother is Judge Sandra Watts, correct?
Yes.
Now, can I have a minute to confer? Just 1 second. I pass.
You pass?
Yes. I was going to show pictures of the wedding because it's fantastic, by the way.
Thank you very
Beautiful.
much. Thank you. By the way, and you are out of the country right now, I think, correct?
Yes.
And why are you out of the country instead of being here?
Where you at, Big Mike?
Well, my son is, it's his birthday also, but he's proposing to his girlfriend of 8 years. They've been together since 10th grade.
And I hope she found out before we just found out.
Yes.
Okay.
It was very nice. Very nice.
All of those relationships being considered, I mean, I think the implication is that somehow you would maybe be untruthful because you and I are friends and I have represented you in that case years ago. Have you said anything in your testimony that is untruthful?
No.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Gully, where are you right now?
By the way, I passed the
Well,
in St. Lucia.
I apologize. So you're not in the United States?
No, I'm in St. Lucia.
Okay. And when did you go?
Friday.
All right.
Saturday.
So
I'm coming back tomorrow.
Okay. And today is Friday the 7th. This trial started back on July 22nd, which is 2 weeks ago. Were you in Corpus Christi on July 22 and 23?
I might have been. I was in South Texas.
Okay.
I was not in Corpus, no.
You were, it sounds like you were maybe on a ranch or something?
Yeah.
Where is that?
In it's west of Fremont.
Oh, okay. So not too far.
Water issues.
Okay. Less than 150 miles from Corpus Christi?
Yes.
All right. And so that's where you were on July 22nd and 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. I pass.
Nothing further. May this witness be excused?
Go to the beach.
Dr. Gully, I'm going to sign off. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Allison, you have any other witnesses?
Close.
I would request a break to assess whether or not we call.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
What about service? 20 Texas? San Robert Boyd, 9073. San Robert Boyd, 9073. Seven 2018, prior to 300 black and color car, leading to the third out period. Insurance confirm no claim.
Attention. Satellite Orion 3 is now overhead at 2245.500 MHz. Elevation 38.1 degrees.
Go ahead.
This one.
Recorder 493-729. That's 493-729. The address is 6326 Yorktown, suite number 6. 6326 Yorktown, suite number 6. Should be for Neptune Society. It's a business name. And they are having a gas odor inside.
10-4.
Attention. Satellite IDS radar 2 is now overhead at 2250.500 MHz. Elevation 32.8 degrees.
7-2, dispatch 7-5-7-1, I'll be 10-44.
Attention. Satellite intruder 2 is now overhead at 2,261.500 meters. Elevation 24.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 20 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 27.4 degrees.
10-4,
Thank you. 48A radio 13 New York.
10-4, have a nice day.
Thirty-four 35, I have a train delay on Lincoln.
Attention. Satellite deactivated overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 42.7 degrees. Attention. Satellite trumpet 1 is now overhead at 2,250.000 meters. Elevation 47.7 degrees.
All right. Then we will reconvene this meeting, and Mr. Flood.
Responding closes.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. I'm sorry, on your microphone.
Nothing further from petitioners.
Thank you. Do you rest?
Yes, we rest and close.
And Mr. Flood?
Yeah, again, rest and close.
Okay, then at this time, I would like to recess until 3 p.m., and we'll resume at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please wait for a minute.
Checking for me. What do you want me to do with it? Right here.
What are you looking for?
Attention. Satellite Ashmore geo for an hour at 2,236.000 meters. Elevation 40.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite United hour at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 27.7 degrees.
dispatch. 3435 is clear of tracks.
Are you still on that call, the pilot? Okay, I was checking that.
Roll 4413 around.
Go ahead.
Do we load up now or wait?
Y'all want to load up? Can you load up or can you wait a little bit? We're going to go right now.
You got it, sir.
I don't know what they have had for y'all afterwards, but Will call me and ask me that phone to let him know when y'all done.
I'm leaving at 2, so I'm good.
It's a full stock.
Roger that. I think we'll probably wait till about 12:30 and then load up.
So this and that.
Somebody might have to go back in and load it. Why? Because by the time I get loaded it up, it's going to be close to 2 o'clock. Yeah, but you're not going to be able to dump until 1 either way. Yeah, so I want to leave early. I will go.
It's alright. Christmas overtime anyway. Yeah, load up and just wait over there.
Yeah, you can do that.
Call it churches.
Attention. Satellite 1 peak hour at 2,252.500 meters. Elevation 17.1 degrees.
Vote.
Attention. Satellite Orion 1 peak hour at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 25.3 degrees.
Because of non-color, I did release out of mission insurance system from the plane. Alan Julian Garcia Sabimas, male out of Benita, showing that is eligible, ID only, expiring November 27, no 29.
There's some low branches over there, I'll go check them out. Go ahead and disregard, or I guess 7-0 checking it out. Okay, alright, good for thanks. Thank you,
Attention. Satellite Yagan 26 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 29.1 degrees. Attention. Satellite farm M1 is now overhead at 2,240.500 megahertz. Elevation 45.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2543 is now overhead at 2240.000 megahertz. Elevation 36.1 degrees.
Good water on 38, baby.
Six 32. Crash. It's one of those iPhone crash calls. It's going to be 37 northbound, just a little north of 359. For 28 minutes by July 27, 2021, Chevy Silverado white color, Illinois, Jimenez, cars out of Bishop. Insurance is confirmed with 306 your side. Okay.
We're on track right now on 37, but we can go ahead and go check that out as well.
And 4.
Thirty-four, 35, train delay on track on Main Street. When you needed the individual.
3027. One 31.
Right.
And for future with the time 2015, you would have 21 accident private property. It's going to be a Honda Civic and a Tesla.
Route 33, 4 down, 3 around, plus 1. Zero transit. Okay, we're okay. Going through in the outbound, there's only one link that can hand you down. But that's the thing we used to travel every day, so I'm not sure if it's going to make contact with the bus or not, though. But I'll stand by towards the next Route 6 go through. Okay, that's it, worker. Thank you. Copy, thank you. Yeah, we're good. Take a transit. There's a transfer 8 blocking the road over here. For Ford in the Corpus area. And I can't get to request to make a block on the HV.
Attention. Satellite Mercury 2 is now overhead at 2,250.500 MHz. Elevation 13.9 degrees.
Have a line if you get garbage.
Careful.
from the iPhone?
Negative. I got no answer on call back. It went straight to the voicemail.
Really? For you said one sounds like correct.
That's affirmative.
10-4. We went from 188 all the way to county line. Haven't seen anything new to.
10-4, 10-4.
630, Sheriff.
632, 10-4.
I was just saying out from 359 to 3377, also used up.
10-4.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2551 is now overhead at 2240.500 MHz. Elevation 23.2 degrees.
Twenty-seven beta base. I'm going to take the unit to the shelter. It has 2 5 tires. October 26, 2018, Fort Fusion, Guadalupe, Flores Jr., Guadalupe Flores, file period, insurance confirmation.
3435, can I get an individual?
Station 2, 117 Driftwood Drive, 117 Driftwood Drive, 77-year-old female needs a electricity in the dining room, no injuries, 117 Driftwood. 05, can you make it location?
Engine 2 will be around.
Looks like they're in out to the location. They're coming from Valhalla and Kelly.
When you made that OTT.
Attention. Satellite task 3-2 is now overhead at 2261.000 megahertz. Elevation 21.3 degrees.
Sheriff's en route to the call for the seizure.
Okay, well, can you invite who's unit taking the other call?
We're getting with our dispatcher this time.
Yeah.
call for service number. The last two is going to be 1212. And 4.
Yes, request for money 27.
Cover what?
1053 2536. 1053 2536.
Red on mail on the authorization status is going to be cleared contract expiring 2029-029.
Keep on forward, it should activate.
Russia? Panic from the R. 10, or they need you to. Two, 4.
Attention. Satellite ID 1 is now overhead at 2,252.500 meters. Elevation 10.0 degrees.
Speed, requesting an individual, please.
Attention. Satellite Loggin 31-01 in overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 14.5 degrees.
Agency work plan service. Complete your turn. I'm going to do for 22 or 24.
Roll over for WJ. 45.
It's going to be a mess. If I show us on scene at the seizure.
Total EMS 10-4.
Team 1070, showing flag, all in. 142 radio station from here.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 29 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 72.3 degrees.
Also, here, goodbye. Here, goodbye. What's this study of notice? It is 3 trucks to make it fair, and it will be a friend of protected.
Okay, vehicle taking off only 21 southbound, passenger seaport. Could be a blue passenger car. Speeds are 120.
Clear over, clear.
Yeah, you put us somewhere here, because we can go and trucks up here.
Attention. Satellite Tundra 3 is now overhead at 2,243.000 megahertz. Elevation 59 degrees.
Fascinating loss, 120. Six 79, Victor 79. Gonna be ready for 66.
10-4-28, return expires May 27. The Navy plate, disabled veteran, 2024 Acura, Louis Color Bryan, west side of San Antonio. Insurance to be confirmed. No claims. Yeah.
Curator, mine's not working.
132 on the route.
Where's the receipt? My vehicle.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 10 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 50.9 degrees.
Sorry, I will have a rotation record. Yeah.
You just told me no.
We're trying to catch up. So we can finish.
Little probably will be interrupted. Temporary. With Robertson dated 80.
Attention. Satellite ONS to in hour FM 2241.000 megahertz. Elevation 44.8 degrees.
Oh, you gotta pull through that throw down and just hang up the truck.
Sure, 42 with a penny call for illegal dumping. The price equals no longer on location. Grandpa under 301. Number is going to be boy 2608-0015, repeating boy 2608-0015.
What is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 43.7 degrees.
On 2550 sands, it's a corroded polyriser. Be advised, I'm trying to render it safe, so there is a smell in the neighborhood. You should probably be aware.
6
We got 167, no passengers. Hey, you still have that chain in your truck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because they're asking for it already, so.
You're going to have to kind of fix that basket and be lucky from the tarp.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Appreciate it, all. Pretty sure. I guess it's a, look at the outside of your car side, you'll see everything out. Yeah, they just let them know paper. Yeah, I see that too. Appreciate it.
Attention. Satellite has to in overhead at 2,276.500 meters. Elevation 60.2 degrees.
Wonderful.
Attention. Satellite 17 overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 72.9 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 39 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation
We're going to interrupt
69
the Portland
degrees.
Yard Code 1.
We're at 1 FedEx 10-7.
Yeah, 627 by West Sonic San Antonio, status clear. First travel requiring 2033, no 29. PO number 43896271 43 AGI 6271. Like 401B base, connecting.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 33 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 29.7 degrees.
401B, behavioral unit. Just like it. Sound good, have a good day. Yeah.
Satellite World View 1 is now overhead at 2,257.000. Elevation 37.4 degrees.
I really just hung over there right there.
Yard. Louder, everything. Progress. Reactor splash. 744. Sweeper on lever in front of the Caspian apartment. There's glass and some debris in the road. What's the location? Is one or one? Wherever it is, there's an apartment complex going towards Saratoga. It's all on that side. I think it is even that street. Okay, is it the park apartment or is it the Capitol? Or is it the Capitol? No. Alright. It's going to be William Boyd Davis, 3882. William Boyd Davis, 3882. Station, same word. I don't know what to talk about. I'm not going to do it all in that straight over there. And for it's on the opposite side of the complex. So going east. Oh yeah, I know they are. But it's on the side of the Capitol Park, right? Correct. Okay, it's around either 5 and
Chris.
Attention. Satellite Cosmo time was in overhead at 2,252.000 meters. Elevation 10
Last name is Loggin, Mary, Adam, Robert, Nora. First name is Raymond, Robert, Adam, Young, Mary, Ocean, Nora, David. Date of birth is 3/22/2006. Can you repeat? Test 4. Was the second vehicle finished?
Hey, Rudy. Where's Rudy?
You stated it up? Test 4.
Good.
Test 4. Wait for the statement. Please. Number 2, possible accident that occurred in the location involving a white Escalade. We don't really have any further information on the one vehicle.
J4, we are 132, showing a follow-up 301 Hogan, reference to the Hogan crash.
147, Texas. Twenty-seven, 48, 2604. It's going to be first word. He's going to be the witness.
One second, I'll be in the area. Three, Texas 28, William Boyd David 3882, William Boyd David 3882. Where are you at? We're at the State Ridge Suites. Sample. February for resident, activity.
Yes, ma'am. I'm complete on 6358 St. Andrews. We're check the board. I don't see nothing else. You okay with more inflation? Okay, fine. Thank you, man.
Attention. At&t in overhead at 260.000 meters. Elevation 37.9 degrees.
What? At&t, case number. Right. 131. That 28 that you provided was the same 27 147 provided. So are they different accidents or is it the same accident? Forty-seven and 31. That's going to be the 50 that I'm with right now.
10-4, I'm here.
That case number is going to be 40886 40886. 10-4. 47 and 31. I just need the photos for that vehicle.
Four 31, 47, you want me to take the photos?
If you can.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yes, sir. You got seats in the back of that truck, right? Okay. You got a back seat in that truck? Hi. I was asking if you had a back seat. I can tell from here. You do. That way you can pick up anything and move it and bring it back to the truck. Yeah, you're so bad. Bag, I got plenty.
Attention. Satellite IDS radar 2 is now overhead at 250.500 meters. Elevation 30.7 degrees.
Kubernetes up his node, do you have Will's number? Yeah, well.
How about it, JJ? David and Vegas are still helping you picking up those bags. Yes, sir. Hey, are y'all going to hall? Roger that. I'm 43. Corner, call at Walmart.
You go to the U.S. Highway 181, the baby pop from underneath the mailbox and in front of the door.
Why? Are we picking up the lunch back there from the curb? There you go. Johnny's going to pick it up tomorrow when they come over here. All right.
Attention. Satellite loggin for the hour at 2245 elevation 28.1 degrees.
Yeah, check more on the mic.
I'll do that, Micah.
I had to do the simple. Yeah, check for it. Oh, when I saw that text, I already knew there. I saw that said launcher, you're not going to make it there, because I
All right, fellas, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. We'll see you on Monday, sir.
4027, Robert Henry William, 4027. Bay 1 or Bay 2?
Bay 2.
East, one vehicle 1050, Highway 35 northbound. I believe it's going to be near the Aransas Path. Exit, white in color, work truck, hit the guardrail.
Attention. Satellite diagonal is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 42.9 degrees.
10-4.
They're going to be roadway blockage.
Unknown.
Did you tell us?
Ten four. Well, I'm going to be sending information.
Hey, Vicente.
Is the roadway blocked or any entries?
Unknown.
607, the right lane, your speed block. I'll be pulling up on your lane and turn around right now.
Let's see, right now, it's not first one.
Trailer with a center bar on Bay 2. Trailer with a center bar on Bay 2.
Trailer.
10-4.
Attention. Satellite IDS radar 1 is now overhead at 2,250.500 megahertz. Elevation 30.1 degrees.
You like that? No, there's going to be damage to the guardrail on the east side of the road.
10-4. Okay. 47 feet.
Driver's advice, you go for the need medical copy 28. Volume 05717, volume 05717. Texas 10379956 10379956.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Canada 1 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 80.0 degrees.
Route 34, can I get 5 on 3049, please? Good.
So it's going to be a workman with a tool bed on it.
10-4.
You said I'm right? I think it's for Ellen, Simple. Go for Ray. Hey Ray, let's do that. I'm gonna be on Greenwood. If you can make that video by ballpark.
10-4.
Full. (3203), release car 3203 to dispatch. Can I get an individual, please?
3507 Burke Drive. 10-4, please, over. 44, thank you. 4, please, over.
I'm rolling. Saddle gate is broken, so they're finally going to start putting another saddle.
Go ahead,
I don't know. I heard nothing good.
Hey,
3101.
Attention. Satellite alone 2 is now overhead at 2,249.000 megahertz. Elevation 29.5.
Hey Larry, you got some kind of strap or something attached to the top of the cab of the truck. I guess you pulled it out whenever you came out. I don't know. It's by your signal light up on top.
10-4, please, check out.
Big Mike. Yeah, from the looks of it on down the road, now burning it up, blocking the road. 10-4. B, ready to check today from the yard and release car 3230. Loud and clear. Okay, base 3029, strike 2. The air conditioning not working. 48A, 4 down, 3 around, first 192. Okay. 24. Hey, can I get an individual on unit 30, 21?
Attention. Satellite radar 26 in overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 72.5 degrees.
K44.
Yeah, I can.
605. Give me a call for a caller on the line. It's going to be reference terroristic threat. Northwest and around by 6210-4. 609 for the ticket.
Attention. Satellite bar M1 in hour at 2,240.500 meters. Elevation 30.9 degrees.
Larry.
Yeah, sir.
Just that by, how are you?
All right.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 42 in hour at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 22.2 degrees.
Can't get that part on our head in the park. 142 dispatch, can you perform the pickup for Martin Morales? I have him on board.
Henry, you had a passenger right here.
Actually, I saw he was going for the floor, so I pulled out. Once I pulled out, I can't turn back in.
Yeah, well, the 3-10 service is buzzed up. He's left him several times. He's headed to you on his bike.
We're not with our team counter. Have our hard copy. I'm freezing. Put me at Walmart for that pasta.
Attention. Satellite Kessler's geopipe is now overhead at 2,236.000 megahertz. Elevation 75.6 degrees.
Day 1 or 2. Marietta, correct. All the Marietta.
Charleston, Fort County. I don't believe there is one. Do you have any traffic?
I have 2 people crash in Colwood. We at the corner of Baylor and Boss. Baylor and Boss vehicles moved on to the parking lot. No, it's going to be a white Honda Civic and a truck tractor.
And we're currently on traffic, but as soon as we're 10A, we'll hit that way.
Attention. Satellite Convo 2,543 an hour at 2,240.0 megahertz. Elevation 58.2 degrees.
Thanks for having me before down to your last one.
Simple.
Okay, so can we get that location of that two-vehicle crash?
We moved the intersection of Baylor and Moss, probably move on to the Circle K parking lot. We leave the white Honda Civic and the truck tractor.
Ready. Sorry, Dave, for doing your lunch.
Gracias por el niño. Me va a dar para clear the point.
Base 2.
Attention. Satellite ComSat 5 is now
We're talking to me.
250.000 megahertz. Elevation 24.7 degrees.
1004 County, we're not headed that way.
1004, 1004.
$48.40, 10-4.
Very. Yeah, right.
I'll do it for doing it back and then you go over probably like 15 times.
Okay.
Six two, 10-4. Totally traffic. I'm going to be the 155 for Hill. I'm going to take this plate William Young Zebra 3549. William Young Zebra 3549.
Round 28. 4 down, 3 around.
24, 3 down.
4 down, 3 around.
Private base. Where you get B-boy as in boy big?
Satellite Orion 2 is now over 10 at 2,245.500 megahertz.
Oh, okay. When you get over there, can you ask them if it's working yet?
For the E-Wood?
Yeah, they sent the silos door for the D-dog, as in dog, isn't working. See if it's ready yet, please.
Alright.
Probably pretty well. B76 to Shoreline Relief 616.
10-4.
Attention. Satellite ID 1A is now over 10 at 2,252.500 megahertz. Elevation 26.1 degrees.
I appreciate it, great. Thank you.
Four down, 3 around, just 1.
William, control forces clear.
Toyota SUV green color Andrea Alice de Leon, Juan Carlos de Leon out of Edinburgh, instruments to be confirmed over here. $40 to be my correction of the expiring of correction March, May of 2025 Toyota Catamaran silver in color, Toyota Heath has had a call station of 20 minutes. Insurance company.
I don't know where he's at, but either we're just waiting on him, and whenever he fixes it, he'll start. But he might give it time because he said the mechanics, whenever they're done fixing, it might take over an hour. He was mad. I don't know. It could be less, could be more.
10-4. Yeah, but you're good, right?
Yeah, they know me. I'm already on my way.
10-4.
If you're in the area of 181 and more, have an already calling and writing that there's a silver SUV that's in the northbound Ashmore meeting and reporting.
Attention. Satellite R3.
461.000
meters. Elevation 31.8 degrees.
649, the new Corpus.
649, 10-4. Seven 43. 743. And for all the original RPs in the Walmart call about the baby possum, they're advising that they picked up the baby possum and put it in the box and left it at customer service inside. They're requesting animal control. 10-4.
Attention. Satellite turn is now overhead at 2,243.000 meters. Elevation 25.4 degrees.
So listen to what big two, big two. Can you say anything, please?
down. That's Caribbean. The car off the road and the police have the road blocked off, so I'm going to have to detour around. After everything, so. Time, Bruce. For the gentleman that called about his driver's license, can you go ahead and issue me a case number? It's going to be for an assist agency. 343, closing me out of call detail on the other vehicle. It's going to be X-ray Lincoln Young 7365 South. Correction, North. X-ray Lincoln Young 7365 North.
The case number is going to be Boy 2608-0016, Boy 2608-0016.
Hey, Brown, are you 41 Jimmy? And out to the office for a CAC meeting. 10-4. 6, well, take that.
Attention. Satellite token for is now overhead at 2276.500 MHz. Elevation 28.8 degrees.
Route 19 to base individual, please. Yes, I'm ready. So, something to eat.
Attention. Satellite Corpus at 28 hour and 347.000 meters. Elevation 53.3 degrees.
11 minutes south. The tow truck is on the scene. They're getting the vehicle out of the ditch.
Can we go ahead and get EMS over here? I got a patient complaining about nausea and back neck pain. For 43 for EMS, she is as well vomiting.
Ten four.
Just working on the 9 traffic over there on Kenwood.
10 4, do you enter your number?
10 4.
10 4.
Just working.
What's that?
Now you got it. Now you got to use your shirt clip. Feeling the grass energy. Hold on, they're being rolled in.
Attention. Satellite Young 17 hour at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 46.7 degrees.
Yeah, we're going through it.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 32 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 45.3 degrees.
It's heading from Lexington. That's what they're having a baby.
Thank you very much.
XL 510-4.
Attention. Satellite mental one is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 45.0 degrees.
256. Okay. This man, is there anything else needs to get picked up? As far as emergencies or anything important? If not, so I can continue working on the AOC list. I do have a reconnect we need to do. Call for USC. 10-4. Alright, now I got the information right here. Please go ahead and 17. Work order 494022. 10-4, thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. 17.
Attention. Satellite Loggin 33 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 41.4 degrees.
Base ready.
$33, 4 down, 3 around +1, doing a 1070 off here.
Go ahead.
You're about 2 minutes away.
10-4, thank you.
Attention. Satellite local S1 is now overhead at 2,241.000 megahertz. Elevation 25.6 degrees. Attention. Satellite World View 1 is overhead at
Big Mike, Roger.
2,037.000 meters. Elevation 24.3 degrees.
What's up? What you doing, sir? Well, all I gotta do is dump this load and then just start heading that way. I'm in the material. Send a phone, you give me like 10 minutes? 10 for that work.
Can you go behind Rush? You're too early. Seven five trans, be 1044.
Dispatch, roll bus.
They do say the parliament is still paid to.
Six 49 today. 49 today.
Attention. Satellite meant for free is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 16.4 meters.
Okay, Unit 923 is trying to do a post trip, and they have accidentally hit some emergency. I don't know if you see that. It's going on the bus now.
I did love it.
Thank you.
For the duration, he gives the pastor on his caretaker a call to come pick him up. For what passenger? Sylvester Gomez, 3918 Fred Foley Drive.
Attention. Satellite Cosmo Time 1 is now overhead at 2,252.000 megahertz. Elevation 22.8 degrees.
6.10
10-4. 12294, County Road 1336, 122494, County Road 1336, reference fraud, money was taken from her bank account.
Four County.
4.
Can I get a time to rush?
4 call came in at 1400. 1400. You were notified at 1403, arrived at 1426.
And 4, thank you.
Yeah.
Feel like everyone's cool for nobody at the house.
You know what it is?
I think you clear. You gotta go home early. Don't make up my behind.
622,
622, 10.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 31 Ashmore reading now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 14.3 degrees.
Oh, it's JJ. Vicinity, but we want vicinity on standby. And then you, right? Yeah, I'm on standby. Panic has showed up at all. At least no sign of him. Yeah, no. This is gonna be a long day.
You said I think you was ready, right?
Letting B 4 ampere times 2. 1070 at brush. I mean, imagine.
Where'd everybody go? Well, there's 3 of us behind you, JJ. There's 4. I don't know where the other one is.
It's okay, you just said me, you, Christian, and Jesse load up. We'll probably won't load up until like 4 o'clock.
If they have an individual, please.
Behind brush, room for 3. Route 114, can I get a private, please?
85 and W.
Attention. Satellite Yaga 90 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 18.0 degrees.
Malcolm to Franker Giovanni.
For 28 term expires September 26, 2023. Timothy pickup block in color, Freddie Gato, Hernandez, out of Rio Grande City. Insurance, confirm those 20.
Attention. Satellite IDS radar 2 is now overhead at 2,250.500 meters. Elevation 28.9 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 40 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 36.9 degrees.
What we have, she's around. 10-4, there's room for 2. Go ahead, base.
Yes, ma'am. Can you give us unit 3034, she verifying passengers?
Okay, I can verify. There's Leon, Arthur, Lance, Dennis, and Swan.
From the last 3 and video.
or 509. Can you cover Franklin Street, please?
Go for it. I'm going to go ahead and ask questions in the town. The jack that they have for the tire, it doesn't fit. It doesn't mess up the vehicle. They still have, it's not a flat, it's just a folding tire. So they're going to get it replaced here in town.
Ten four.
Attention. Satellite World 22 is now overhead at 2257.000 MHz. Elevation 41.8 degrees.
48.
Go ahead.
Hey, son, did y'all load me yet? What machines are? The backhoe on the lower.
Camera you on?
Driving towards the low boy. 10-4, I'm here to drag you. That's why I need to the side of the here. 10-4.
Okay, 10-4. Are you about to wrap up? I have a stop sign down about 3 blocks from you.
Yeah, I'm on my last phone. This will be my 13 Pro or our 13 Pro, and yeah, I can go do it. Just got a lot of phones sticking out of my truck, so I need to go back and try to see if I can drop all these.
Okay, would you want me to give you that information or just text you the work order and location?
How close are we?
The other side of the freeway from you at MacArthur and Belton.
Therefore, just send me the work order, and as soon as I get done, I'll just head out that way. So just right here.
Therefore.
Three today from the ER. For people make your way to the city annex, specific for one more. I have an RP employee for the complex calling one of the cargo farmers to female juvenile that showed the counter at the concession stand in the port complex yesterday. And he wanted to request a CPO aviation.
So.
27 feet of base, can you call the caretakers for Steve and Leland? I'm here and I've called and nobody's answered. Still behind brush. 10-4, little one. RB, boy behind brush. Rock 26, B, requesting an individual, please.
Attention. Satellite Onyx 2 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 41.0 degrees.
On the way back in the city.
Uh, 17 at PD, it can be for a V40.
Copy.
Two
try to
I come back over here to their place.
go.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Can 1 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 36.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite Tundra 2 is now overhead at 2,243.000 kilometers. Elevation 28.5 degrees.
Get the four-way stop, Nora Frank Charles 6747, Nora Frank Charles 6747.
647.
18821.
They'll be paying that call. Let me just make sure that animal control gets that call sheet.
632-10-4, it was sent.
Yeah, well, then.
One for Central. On Causeway with Marina Victor Victor 8313, Marina Victor Victor 8313. Gonna be south on the Causeway. $610.
You said, Jack.
610-10-4.
$615.
615-10-4, you have a pending call.
Go ahead.
12294, County Road 1336. 12294, County Road 1336. Fraud bank account.
Tell him.
Face-to-face, that's your message.
6504.
Attention. Satellite Mercury 2 is now overhead at 2,250.500 meters. Elevation 23.5 degrees.
Yes, ma'am. When you leave there on your way out, you can have a stop at Water. I'll place a request at Water. 10-4. Forty-eight, 44.
342.
Oral 3, hitting from Compton and Walter.
226, copy of call at 200 for a follow-up. 697, repeating 697, and on 1042. Need to route to 200, meeting with Sergeant Hernandez for a follow-up.
Trying to 502 to base. Okay. Around her.
One 21, I think I'm going to be 40899 40899.
Attention. Satellite scope has running now overhead at 2,276.500 megahertz. Elevation 21.7 degrees.
And then, does it look like they're finished with it? No, so they just started working on it 10 minutes ago. Bruh. It should like 5 minutes ago.
147.
I'm 23. There's going to be multiple houses on this property. Can you call me back or, what was your RP's name?
It is Erlinda Carranza. No longer on the state.
Attention. Satellite XR2 is now overhead at 2248.500 MHz. Elevation 17.5 degrees.
Can you give me the RP number, please? Not here. 10-4, thank you.
Mail. It's 437-9200, 437-9200.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2543 is now overhead at 2240.000 MHz. Elevation 39.3 degrees.
Before you head out, stop in my truck. I got something for you. Hello.
Six 15-10-4.
Hello.
Let's go home, fellas.
Chicken loud and clear.
Attention. Satellite
Twenty returning
KH11
cars,
Crystal 2
October
is now
26,
overhead at
2022 GMT, SUV, wine color, Augusta, Ramirez,
2,262.500
out of Donna,
megahertz. Elevation
Central, Central,
49.0 degrees.
I wonder if they can really make it. For two. Wait. Six 6:15. I'll be 10-8 north for it. He keeps calling in and trying to report the same thing. It's already been reported with CID.
10-4.
He's going to the arm exit there. Where everybody go? He didn't get the memo. I think he went out there, man. He got up quick, man.
There, it looks like they already fixed it.
Turn day 2.
The platform thing out of the way.
Attention. Satellite over kilometers overhead at 2,248.000 meters. Elevation 33.7 degrees.
So. 812, 812, 1042.
132.23.
Attention.
132.147.
Atmos
What's your time?
is now overhead at 2,261.000 meters. Elevation 39.6 degrees.
10-4. 132 Portland. What was the traffic for the 1050 near Brooklyn 6?
It was just a single caller on 911 stated that she had just seen an accident on her way to work. She was southbound into Corpus, just north of cityemployees, and she saw two vehicles accident. That was it.
First individual with the description of the vehicle.
Negative.
Table.
I was willing to stay back and actually do the job.
Bro, definitely not. I had no idea it was Friday. I forgot I didn't come on Monday. I'll see y'all at the R Walk at 7 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was today.
09, extra John William, 39. It's going to be for a blue Dodge pickup. That's for it. Correct.
.143, any mileage unit. That's 05.
Correct.
Any mileage is going to be 446, repeating 446. We can wait you.
Alright, that's right.
132. The only vehicle I located south was a vehicle that transmission exploded on a highway. Reported no accident. No other sign of accident located at Lieutenant.
Airport. we're going to make sure that he didn't cause any damage inside the property or inside the apartment.
Attention. Satellite towing for in hour at 2,276.500 meters. Elevation 36.1 degrees.
One thirty, when connecting lobby, you can be referenced to that.
Careful, I'm gonna.
One person. Right. Is there any available units around the area?
One 32 and 47. I'm clearing up what you got.
For the guy that's trying to chop along the area, they advised that he just wrote chop on the door. So they're not sure if he's inside the residence at this time. Might be uncooperative.
So I'll do that as well.
130 come around.
Unit number.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 32 in hour at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 23.3 degrees.
Dispatch. Be in service roaming until 9 p.m. Robert. Okay, only has one break. The left side not working. Right side doesn't work? On the trigger? Tractor. Oh, it's over. Hey, it's in the road sliding out on the driver's side. Yeah, that's it for it. Thank you. You know, we gotta watch out for each other. I mean, we gotta do it. 11 ending after 08.
Attention. Satellite NOS 3-3 is now overhead at 2,206.0 kilometers. Elevation 33.2 degrees.
One 27, millimeter. Martinez, calling study, 822-78. Contact. 10-4. I have us again by name, unknown data group, when you're ready. Going to be for Richardson, Joseph, Robert, Ida, Charles, Henry, Adam, Robert, David, Sam, Adam, Nora. First name is Joseph, unknown data group.
Attention. S1 is now overhead at 2,241.000 meters. Elevation 41.3 degrees.
Why is there a storm wire vehicle here? It's probably some light bottom area. See a pickup with a trailer with lawnmower equipment.
I hate when they do that, bro. I just pop your tires and let them know.
Water, you can for center, you could afford it here? Just because I really got to take this, so I really might just think of this on our vehicle. Right on the handle when you open the door. Hi guys, how are we doing here?
Wonder when we're ready.
Attention. Satellite Corpus at 2 now overhead at 2,247.000 meters. Elevation 47.1 degrees.
So 132 out here as well. We're all going to be entering a farm to make sure no one's fast. They are advising that the subject's been known to be uncooperative. This will be putting in front of the casino too.
Attention. Satellite Loggin 33 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 56.6 degrees.
Okay, I think we're on the permanent. Persecute. Yes, man. Complete on Texas Trail, Unit C. Well, I'm not seeing anything else on the board on this. There's something different on your end. But if there's not, I'm good for 16.
Anyone get opposed, please?
One 32. I'll be around to the email. Ashmore.
301 1044.
Attention. Satellite mentor 1 in overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 17.8 degrees.
Alright, cool, ready? Small shit, I mean, a big table, or a room table with the bottom middle paper with scale, whole table, bottom middle paper with scale.
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second.
4 is 10-8 from South English.
47 in traffic. Also, this location fits into the unit number. Okay, have it on a 45 check for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be in regards to the ex-tenant, that rich tenant that I provided earlier. I no longer want that location, just for the 45 check.
Attention.
So now the reasoning from the
2,245.000 meters. Elevation 17.7 degrees.
ready. Want to really check the area.
Critical is have RV in storage 340 North 13th Street. As you know, call if you need an officer at the RV park, no space given, visiting area done and hung up. She did not answer our call back. I did not get an info.
Christi,
48 here. Christi. Is there no other history with that phone number? Appreciate it. Probably add a folder. Appreciate it. 132 back there. Yeah, 48, you're right, and time to locate.
Attention. Satellite Comcast reading now overhead at 2,249.500 meters. Elevation 28.6 degrees.
1513 is phase 2. This is not going to be her, and she said she does not recognize any of her done thing on the property. What were you saying? What were you saying? Can I see her harassment in the lobby? Sure. Attention audience, I got a 1013 special weather statement out of National Weather Brownsville, Texas, 4:37 Eastern Time. Strong thunderstorm will be in South Central Brooks County through 5 p.m. At 4:36 p.m. Doppler radar was tracking
Strong thunderstorm over in Coyote Ranch Airport, 8 miles west of Rochelle. Moving northwest at 10 miles per hour. Hazard winds gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Force radar indicated impact gusting winds knocked down tree limbs and below area accurate objects. Location impacted include Encino and Coyote Ranch Airport. These include U.S. Highway 281 between mile markers 730 and 732 and the 42.
Want me to go to big one or hold big two?
Go ahead, go to the big one.
41 to 3.
I'm sorry,
Attention. Satellite Yagan 31-03 is now overhead at 2,245.500 MHz. Elevation 46.7 degrees.
Alright, coming around.
I'm going to drive all around the park, just make sure that out here is active service, so I run the road down.
Victory.
First skill, play play.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 27 is now overhead at 2,245.000 MHz. Elevation 36.8 degrees.
Wait,
See you later, Tony. Yeah, Christi. Wait. One
132.
2002 Memorial Parkway, 2002 Memorial Parkway. Disturbance in progress, RP, third-party call. RP got a call from his dad, Brad Taylor, finding his wife, Jolyn Taylor, on location abusing him, unknown if she's assaulting him. Tried to call his dad, but no one answered.
Yeah, well, I'll be on.
112, 21, sir.
Yeah.
307, 25, the TV for petition. Walter, 147, I can take care of this rest of the call. You want to head to that service?
10-4. I'll be 76. Here's by the clip.
County Forensics.
Everyone, take it straight.
Silverado. Francisco Hernández Viña, Admissions Insurance, verifying no claimant.
Yeah. Okay, the streets are closed all the way downtown. Like, we're on Chestnut. Yeah, from Water Street, that's on Chestnut, up the hill.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 40 is now overhead at 3,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 13.5 degrees.
7-1 dispatch 70, I'll be 1044.
Fire June 27, 2025, CFTC black in color, Emiliano Castellan, out of Edinburgh. Insurance, confirm this one. The 27, Francisco Javier Hernandez Jr., now out of the mission, status clear, no appointment.
Community around Oakwood Village, 1104 South Whitney, Apartment G is in George 5. Female having issues with intoxicating now that also lives on the property. She's sitting downstairs from her apartment. I could not hear it in the background. I did hear her to tell him to stop cussing at her.
48, over there.
Last name Taylor, first name Joe, son of John Ocean, date of birth 11/16/52.
For 55 years. 132, tax 27.
Mariano Castellanos out of Beaumont, status eligible class dog fire 2028, no 28.
Attention. Satellite worldview 2 is now overhead at 2257.000 megahertz. Elevation 27.7 degrees.
Alright, everyone, go ahead and get loaded and get parked. Hello. Corpus, 4653, we'll call Victor 4653, it's 181, strike before you get to 30.
4.
Okay. Or 12, if you haven't already, go ahead, clear me. Yeah.
Attention. Satellite tonics to in hour at 2,207 meters. Elevation 47.
203, 10-4.
Reason 42.
648, 10-4. Parking. 10-4.
Okay, I'm the driver and advisor. She has to go back to the, she says she's going to go back to that. Stop and Valero and like the duty officer.
10-4.
Attention. Satellite Loggin 22 is hour at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 47.3 degrees.
Unfortunately, clears back up. I'll be around to that minor crash.
Christi, yeah, she advised me it was the on-ramp for 35 from 1069. So it should be safe. She advised it was very minor, probably a blue form.
Richie.
Six 642. 640, 10-4. 645, 10-4. 645, 10-4.
Attention. Satellite on 11 hours at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 38.1 degrees.
Last name is Adnal, Adam, George, Nora, Adam, William. First name is John, David, Adam, William, Nora. They were 3/22 of 1955. 3/22 of 1955. The casino.
Virtual B 242. Engine mileage 49095.
Temple. On him, he is clear. OD already found on Agna. First name Dawn. She's clear.
Attention. Satellite Mercury 2 is over at 2,250.500 meters. Elevation 18.7 degrees.
Six foot 2.5.
Do you know the vehicles again?
Yukon XL and a Ford F-150 should be for everything.
Okay, so this Ford is here. Okay.
Well, 114 is 10.4.
Attention. Satellite DSD-1F-17 is now overhead at 2,235.000 MHz. Elevation 23.5 degrees.
Frank, is that all the truck?
We'll probably know one more, man. What's up with James?
Highway 188 westbound will be coming into Sin. You're looking for a reckless blue Mustang, newer model. Caller said you passed a cotton picker on the shoulder, and then when you got on the roadway, it was gliding into oncoming traffic.
Just for location, what was that, please?
188 westbound will be coming into Sin. Possible 28, David Paul Nora 8452.
632. I searched from 1068 all the way down to Stevens Loop over UTL line in 1050.
10-4. Your 29 space, that driver's going to be 10-8.
Attention. Satellite tone has 1 in overhead at 2,276.500 meters. Elevation 59.3 degrees.
May 2.
Charger, blue and color, Eric Matthews at Arizona, insurance for nothing.
Attention. Satellite Trumpet 3 is now overhead at 2,250.000 megahertz. Elevation 26.0 degrees.
Two. Four one gonna be 10-7. No passengers.
Attention. Satellite World News reading hour at 2,257.000 meters. Elevation 32.8 degrees.
741, I'll be 1042. One six four minutes on the community center for a minute. 106 road.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2543 is now overhead at 2240.000 megahertz. Elevation 31.6 degrees.
Later,
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 4 is now overhead at 2262.500 MHz. Elevation 18.3 degrees.
Did you have a blanket, Ruby?
I go around. I don't know if this hurts.
10-4.
She has a three-legged things in her bag.
10-4.
You're around times 2 plus 2.
Unit 4865.
Bye-bye.
15632, 15632, and that'll be 122's starting mileage.
Attention. Satellite task 3-2 is now overhead at 2,261.000 meters. Elevation 15.6 degrees.
And what? 6683. 6683.
Attention. Satellite KH-12-4 is now overhead at 2,262.500 MHz. Elevation 19.5 degrees.
Thirty-seven, 10, 7.
Fully for the 328 return provided August 2027, 2012 Chevy Malibu white in color J artwork These My Gifts out of Far Insurance Some Government.
124, I'll be 1042 ER.
124. Last year, 1839.
Can you 1040?
604, 10.
One 31.
State 4321, 84321.
131.
Twenty-eight oh one B, 0 at the lighthouse.
2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 26.2 degrees.
Six 639, 10-4.
Six
621, 10-4.
Low fire EMS, low fire EMS, CPA ground to Prosperity Bank, 40 U.S. Highway 181, Prosperity Bank. Looking for a female that was struck by a vehicle. She was riding e-bike. Still leaving further on 911.
110, 134, right?
110. Loggin 154, 43, the female driver is currently on vacation.
Several. 85. 40 call.
155, are you headed to that call?
Oh, you can do 110.
Starting in 4754.
134, go ahead.
86644, 86644. Go to the address for that 250 now.
1840 U.S. Highway 181, Prosperity Bank. 1840 U.S. Highway 181. One 65, go ahead.
41107, 41107.
Ten more.
Ten 41, 10 8.
806, 10 4. Six, 10, 10 4.
One 22, go ahead.
He's out at 50.
Attention. Satellite Corpus at 28 hours at 2,247.000 megahertz. Elevation 23 degrees.
28. 3, correction, North John Henry 8642, North John Henry 8642, come back when you're ready. 3723-3849, 3723-3849, Edgar. Show 134 in the
10-4-165. One 22, clear 29 for Ashley Whitaker. She is eligible to be attached.
10-4.
What about when you let their shot know that he was at Fulton and Rochelle are not cycling? Oh.
50524. Four one eight 24.
09132946, 09132946. Route 34 is 1044.
Penn Taylor for the United Dog Company.
Oh, that's great.
One 29 for Antonio Rios. Should have an eligible class Charles expires 2 of 28 at Portland. Go be attached. Can you be in Route 1805 Marlin Street, 1805 Marlin Street? RV advises there should be trucks at the end that are queuing out and skiing in the area. Concerns that they have children. One 10-10-1.
Also starting for you for Unit 4873.
One 10, go ahead.
956. 956.
Take one.
Good.
I made contact with that complaint there. She was asking for you.
Attention. Satellite mental reading now overhead at 2,245.000 meters.
We're copy for the virus.
5 degrees.
Completing a water order. It's the child custody one.
Oh, yes, I'm moving right now. We already waited 15 minutes. I'm leaving the show. So I'm going to get her information and everybody's up.
Good work. -134, -29 for Ava Kirby. Should we test?
Yeah, can I get a case number for this traffic?
Never got. Case number is going to be boy 2608-0017. Boy 2608-0017. Twelve 19-4.
Case number is 40910. 40910.
Attention. Satellite ITS optical 1 is now overhead at 2,251.000 megahertz. Elevation 77.3 degrees.
Okay.
That was right down with the RP. Can you just put this location under team control for the next 2 weeks in reference to speeding vehicles 1800 block of Marvin? That's what the RP was requested.
One minute to work.
Well, can you do a welfare check at 1315 East Highway 285, 1315 East Highway 285? Have a CJK corporate that was conducting a home visit for domestic violence advice. The husband arrived and was very belligerent. They left requesting a welfare check on the payroll fund file over here.
Elevation 48.1 degrees.
Copy, Penny.
Oh. Do you guys 1315 East Highway 285? And it's going to be right there, just east of Rochelle Road. It's going to be next to the house towards the back of Trader Home. Temple. House company, ATV, in parking lot, it's going to be parked near the post office. It's going to be a black mountain CX5. Make contact with Mr. Ismail Ramirez.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 31-03 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 21.6 degrees.
Hello. Camp 14,
Attention. Satellite compass 3 is now overhead at 2249.500 MHz. Elevation 24.1 degrees.
First one's going to be 35144849. 35144849. Remember what's that? Second one's going to be 25333164. 25333164. Not inside of the third mail on a top period. Showing side is going to be clear. ID only declaring 2031, no 29, second 27. Body Saga, Sierra Mongolia, female out of Fremont. Showing status is going to be eligible. ID only declaring 2028. Female going to be showing 1099 out of Berks County Corpus. So if you're on original charge with assault causing bodily injury, body violence, no one. Let me tell you the put it on what illegal. Camera 3 deal with it. Jennifer, can you check that warrant? She said she's on the probation with one voting us and she reported 2 days ago. For 45 days, any time.
HB.
Well, that's okay.
Attention. Satellite KH11 getting to in hour at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 14.3 degrees.
Good.
DRP on Taylor Street just called. She's requesting you return. 1040.
Six oh four 20.
604 10-4. They're gonna make contact with their supervisors.
Two. Can you clear me out? I see that.
There's 5-3066 is supposed to be on. So I'm parking this unit on 3065.
Attention. Satellite loggin 40 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 21.8 degrees.
Kitty films, UTI. Open me an IR, and I'll be tight. Yeah, 10-5, 21. Yeah.
Attention. Satellite loggin 20 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 38.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite onyx to in hour at 2276.000 meters. Elevation 56.5 degrees.
Yes, outside on the causeway with Young Charles Charles, 7635. Young Charles Charles, 7635. South up.
Attention. Satellite Yacht 11 in hour at 2245.000 meters. Elevation 46.7 degrees.
0 time to 7. I'll be in it. 1044. Can you open the door?
6904 is still in report.
Attention. Satellite CubeSat 2 is now overhead at 2249.500 MHz. Elevation 16.9 degrees.
Okay. 705. Cool. When it's about San Juan, entry status is going to be confirmed to be a -1.
45 away, person 10.
We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane as early as late tonight into early tomorrow as it starts to approach Cuba. Should actually make landfall in Cuba heading into the afternoon tomorrow, and then from there should make its way into the Gulf. Let me show you the latest models, though, coming in. These are two of our main models, and then it's ensemble members. And what you are seeing are both of them now moving this more into the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico, but there still are outliers sending this more to the west. But what I want you to walk away from with what I'm telling you here is that we are anticipating this to weaken as it gets closer to land. You can see the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down to a tropical storm. We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane as early as late tonight into early tomorrow as it starts to approach Cuba. Should actually make landfall in Cuba heading into the afternoon tomorrow, and then from there should make its way into the Gulf. Let me show you the latest models, though, coming in. These are two of our main models, and then it's ensemble members. And what you are seeing are both of them now moving this more into the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico, but there still are outliers sending this more to the west. But what I want you to walk away from with what I'm telling you here is that we are anticipating this to weaken as it gets closer to land. You can see the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down to a tropical storm. We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane as early as late tonight into early tomorrow as it starts to approach Cuba. Should actually make landfall in Cuba heading into the afternoon tomorrow, and then from there should make its way into the Gulf. Let me show you the latest models, though, coming in. These are two of our main models, and then it's ensemble members. And what you are seeing are both of them now moving this more into the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico, but there still are outliers sending this more to the west. But what I want you to walk away from with what I'm telling you here is that we are anticipating this to weaken as it gets closer to land. You can see the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down to a tropical storm. We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane as early as late tonight into early tomorrow as it starts to approach Cuba. Should actually make landfall in Cuba heading into the afternoon tomorrow, and then from there should make its way into the Gulf. Let me show you the latest models, though, coming in. These are two of our main models, and then it's ensemble members. And what you are seeing are both of them now moving this more into the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico, but there still are outliers sending this more to the west. But what I want you to walk away from with what I'm telling you here is that we are anticipating this to weaken as it gets closer to land. You can see the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down to a tropical storm. We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane as early as late tonight into early tomorrow as it starts to approach Cuba. Should actually make landfall in Cuba heading into the afternoon tomorrow, and then from there should make its way into the Gulf. Let me show you the latest models, though, coming in. These are two of our main models, and then it's ensemble members. And what you are seeing are both of them now moving this more into the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico, but there still are outliers sending this more to the west. But what I want you to walk away from with what I'm telling you here is that we are anticipating this to weaken as it gets closer to land. You can see the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down to a tropical storm. We will see Rafael make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Still coming in as a tropical storm, but it is very close to that Category 1 hurricane status. Right now it has max winds of about 70 miles per hour and
anyone heard of the ladder class? This is all mentioned, the ladder class. It's a partnership with DLG, which you've heard of. They're a very powerful lit company structure. So instead of a ladder, I get in the platform and suck down and lock in. I have my hands free, a little crank wheel. And now here's about a 10-foot one with my hands on the arm. So you do what come back and see. You'll notice that your hands are free on high, so no 3.2 concept. And if you are a trainer, cool, and capable, this is basically how you answer the ladder class. Your last sites are say number ladders. Has anyone heard of the ladder class? This is all I'm the ladder class.
Medical. Yeah, I'm out with the state park. You're going to be bit by gators.
On June 28, 2026, 31-year-old Brittany Clark is brutally attacked by an alligator on one of Florida's Blackwater rivers. As the call continues, her boyfriend Chance and best friend Jaden desperately try to keep her alive until help arrives.
We don't have the dark water. Are you in the water? No, we're not sure. You're beautiful. You're okay. We're being part of the water. I can't move. No, it's okay. We're good. No, we're not.
As the dispatcher sends first responders racing toward the river, Jaden reveals that the alligator is still dangerously close by.
Come on! Is the gator coming back? No, it's on the way. You're okay. You're not on the way, okay? I'm just going to need okay, how bad is the bite? Okay. Both arms. Both arms in or off, like really basically. She's really okay. She's still breathing. She lifted her arms.
12 minutes into the call, Jaden finally hears the sounds of Seminole County deputies nearby.
Where are we?
429.
It's bad. She's gonna need a hair lift. Okay, yeah, we got him coming.
Despite the severity of her injuries, Brittany remains remarkably alert and coherent as the deputy tries to slide a tourniquet up her left arm. It's still attached, but barely, with a devastating injury at the shoulder. With almost nothing left to secure the tourniquet around, he moves to her other side, where her right arm is catastrophically injured from the forearm to her wrist. Brittany's right hand is barely hanging on.
Come on. I'm sorry, sweetie. Sign, get on the sign, please. I can't breathe. Here, keep breathing. You're breathing.
You're okay.
You're talking, okay? You're talking.
You're okay.
Just keep talking to her. No, please don't. You're not
Stay with us, Brittany. It's okay, Brittany. You got help on the way, okay? Stay with us, Brittany.
They're pulling up, okay?
Stay with us, Brittany.
Chance continues to reassure Brittany, staying as close as possible while everyone encourages her to keep talking. Whistles ring out from the trees, alerting them that paramedics have reached the scene.
Hey, over here!
Down here!
Hey!
We see you to our left! Keep walking!
Over here! Let's go!
Hey! You guys got a strap in the ass?
We need one.
Rescuers take over as Chance steps back, giving them room to work. With no time to lose, they wrap Brittany in the blue beach towel beneath her and prepare to carry her.
Sorry. Great, thanks.
I'm so sorry. You're doing great, Brittany, okay? Hold on, we need to get her slit a second. We need to get her slit higher up. We need
They got it.
We're coming through, guys. We're coming through. We got it. We got it. We got it. Watch yourself, fellas.
Once they make it through the trees, they transfer Brittany onto a stretcher. Her body has turned visibly pale from the severe blood loss, but she continues fighting to stay conscious.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
We're going to help you breathe. You're doing great, Brittany. Stay in there. Yeah. We'll get you help, Brittany.
With Brittany finally on her way to the hospital, one deputy heads back to speak with her boyfriend, Chance.
Oh, so what's going on?
We all just in the chilling in the water talking. And like a 12-foot gator snatched her, started crawling her, death holding her.
Once an alligator has a secure bite, it may perform what's known as a death roll, a violent spinning maneuver used to subdue and dismember prey. This may help explain why Brittany's left arm was twisted and nearly torn from her shoulder. Though Chance can't stop wondering if he could have done more to help, they'll later learn what he risked trying to bring her back to shore.
Yeah, good. You did a good job, man. You did a great job.
You did what you could. That was good. We're going to get her some good daughters.
In California.
What's that?
In California.
What is this?
Passed away. Did you see what happened?
I did. I was like, yeah, I see what happened.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm sorry. I know that's a tough question. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And they were really late, and they're like, okay, honestly, 9 minutes max, 8 minutes probably. Yeah. Not even. And we're just in the shallow. It's all shallow. All the way, our thighs and then our hips. It was that shallow.
Late June falls near the end of alligator mating season, when the animals can be especially active and territorial. They also don't need deep water to be dangerous. As ambush predators, alligators often wait in shallow water near shorelines before lunging at prey.
I'm so shit. I'm better than the first one I get. I fucking was like, that's horrible, bro. Why that, bro?
Thanks to you, we're able to track down where you guys were and get her to help as soon as possible. So, okay, you did a good job, okay? Are you from around here?
Oh, yeah, I'm from Marina. Me and Brittany live together. Yes.
As deputies continue to gather information, Chance begins describing the attack.
Did you see the alligator prior to this at all? At what point did you see the alligator?
Once, yeah. When I seen his face all when she was getting twisted around.
And then she got pulled.
She got pulled underneath the side like that kind of dragger. I was dragging the gator with me.
After physically struggling with the alligator, it finally released Brittany, allowing Chance to bring her back to shore. About an hour after first responders arrived, a Seminole County detective saw the 13-foot alligator still moving through the water. He dropped into a prone position, took aim, and fired a lethal shot to its head. According to police records, a second alligator measuring just over 12.5 feet was also euthanized in the area. Tragically, Brittany Kaylin Clark later succumbed to her devastating injuries, cutting her life short at the age of 31. According to her obituary, Brittany moved to Florida following the death of her best friend, and she brought along her beloved dog Hokey. She later built a career as a heavy equipment operator and a life centered around the outdoors. In a heartbreaking open letter written to Brittany and shared on Facebook, Chance wrote, "We had so many things planned out and memories to be made. You were such a special person and did not deserve to go out in such a way. I love you, and don't worry about Shady and Hokey. I'll take care of them, forever." Watch our full videos as they were originally made, with no randomly muted words or details cut. We've also dropped brand new EWU videos available only on EWU+. Available now on iOS, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google TV. Download EWU+ and see what you've been missing.
911, if you need police or medical.
Yeah, I'm out a little bit. We'll be...
Okay, both today and tomorrow we are at a moderate risk. That's a level 3 out of 4 for excessive rainfall. That's high water spots. Okay, even though the chance for tropical development is still low, we have a 30% chance, this low is going to send a surge of tropical moisture. Let me show you the play here over the next several days. This area of low pressure has a counterclockwise spin. That's what's sending all of this Gulf moisture right along the Texas coastline. We have a cold front. This boundary is going to stall out. Both of these are coming together to bring rounds of rain over the next several days. Think today through Wednesday, we are expecting high water spots, 1 to 3 inches of rain possible every single day. And some of this rain may even continue through the weekend. Radar filling in. Meteorologist Chris Ramirez and our chief meteorologist David Paul will be in-house all throughout the afternoon and evening. Okay, both today and tomorrow we are at a moderate risk. So it's a level 3 out of 4 for excessive rainfall. That's high water spots. Okay, even though the chance for tropical development is still low, we have a 30% chance, this low is going to send a surge of tropical moisture. Let me show you the play here over the next several days. This area of low pressure has a counterclockwise spin. That's what's sending all of this Gulf moisture right along the Texas coastline. We have a cold front. This boundary is going to stall out. Both of these are coming together to bring rounds of rain over the next several days. Think today through Wednesday, we are expecting high water spots, 1 to 3 inches of rain possible every single day. And some of this rain may even continue through the weekend. Radar filling in. Meteorologist Chris Ramirez and our chief meteorologist David Paul will be in-house all throughout the afternoon and evening.
All right, everyone, welcome to Weather Impact Live. I am cityemployee news meteorologist David Gregorio, and it's a great day. It's a special day. We are joined by hurricane expert, former director of the National Hurricane Center, and hurricane expert at the Weather Channel, Dr. Rick Nabb, joining us now. And Dr. Nabb, so great to have you once again joining the Weather Impact Live show, and it's great to have you on, and we've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's really good to be talking with you today, and here we are in the peak months of the hurricane season, right? August, September, October, every year is different, every storm is different. So it'll be good to talk about, why is the
to the light limiter. February 2027, going to be Chevy 2. Sandra, I do have a bar note, please.
Yeah, I'm listening to them. They're back in service.
Attention. Satellite Persona 1 is now overhead at 2240.00 MHz. Elevation 31.0 degrees.
155
Give me a vehicle coming westbound from Commonwealth. It's going to be 9 X-ray Charles George Mary. 9 X-ray Charles George Mary. It's going to have an 90-man subject in there. It should be Mario Canales. He just did a burglary this morning in Duval. They're putting out another warrant for him. But he is stopped. They're looking for a camel jacket and a red bandana. But he is northbound on 21 right now.
Chevy HHR Trail, blue color. Maria Perez de Primo.
Attention. Satellite Mercury 1 is now overhead at 2,250.500 meters. Elevation 52.8 degrees.
Ford found out a little while ago that there's a problem with the cylinder, the aluminum.
Possible that he may go to
into the drum back there. Eventually they'll cut the drum in half. It is not normal. It should not be black or blue like that. I'm Ken. I'm the lead transmission builder here at Tri-City Transmissions. This bad boy in front of me here is a 10R80 out of a Ford F-150. General Motors has pretty much the same transmission. They call it a 10L80. Externally, they look different. Internally, the Ford and the General Motors transmissions are pretty much identical. So I'm going to go ahead and tear this apart, show you some of the basic issues that we find with them, and we'll just go from there. So let's go ahead and get started. Start by taking the torque converter out of here. Before I can remove the pump on this, I'll have to flip the transmission over. All the 10R80s run this plastic style pan in them. Remove the transmission filter. You can see on this one the transmission filter has 2 built-in magnets. There's also one in the pan as well. So that can kind of give you an idea of if we already have metal contamination, which it looks like we obviously do. Take that out, put her off to the side. On this transmission, like a lot of the new transmissions that are out nowadays, in order to get the pump out, you have to remove the valve body or part of it. You can't just remove the front pump on it. So we'll unlock. There's an electrical connector right here. Go ahead and unlock that, pull it out, and I can remove my bolts. Probably thinking, Ken, you're pretty smart. How do you know what bolts to take out and what to leave in there? Because if I take out the wrong bolts, the valve body's going to fall apart. I'm cheating. On this particular transmission, there are little arrows, and each little arrow shows you which bolt to take out and which not to. Also, on the late model transmissions, the other bolts have a different style head on them, so it would be hard for me to mess up. On the early 10 speeds, all the bolts are identical, but they still have the arrows, so it will show you which bolts to take off and which not. So I'm cheating. I'm looking at the arrows. I've also built hundreds and hundreds of these transmissions, so I'm very familiar with them. There's 2 speed sensors that I need to remove. 2 input speed sensors, so I'll just move those out of the way for now. I know Dave has said on other videos, he talked about how a pump works and showing you how in the bell housing you have a pump. On the 10 speeds, the pump is not in the bell housing. It's actually in the pan right here. So this is the actual transmission pump on a 10 speed. I'll show you how it works here in a second. On a regular pump, you have a torque converter driving the pump gear. And it's pretty much the same setup here. But on this one, you'll see that there is a gear here, and then there's an idler gear stuck inside the front cover. That's being driven by the torque converter, and then that idler gear is driving the actual transmission pump that's in the pan. So this has a remote oil pump in the pan. So now that I've got this apart, I've got the pump out, I can remove the front cover bolts. And the easiest way to remove the front cover, just take my screwdriver, there's a set of clutches right here, and that pops out. So there is no actual pump in this front cover. There's just this drive gear driven by the torque converter up front, and that drive gear is what's actually driving the pump in the pan. I do have a set of clutches up front here with a one-way clutch. We can take that apart later, but for now I'll move that off to the side. Internally on the transmission there are a set of clutches up front called the A clutch. After the A clutch is out of the way, take a look at those. They all look good. I don't see any heat marks or stress marks on the steel or the clutches. I believe the customer concern on this one was came out of reverse and then shifting erratic. So I don't see anything there. The interesting part about these 10Ts, whether it's a General Motors or Ford, like I said, internally they're all the same. The clutches and the planets are all housed in one big cylinder. So now what I'm going to do is just reach in there, pull the whole cylinder out, and then I'll have to take the cylinder apart piece by piece to get all the components out. So that is our clutch cylinder housing. There's a snap ring that holds our planets in the front, planet in the center, and all our clutch components in between. So in the back of the transmission, the only thing left back there right now is a rear output planet, but there's no clutches in the transmission. They're all inside this unit. There's a snap ring right there. Take that. Now I can pull this planet out. Front planet, front sun gear. Secondary planet, sun gear. I like to stack them up when I take them out, that way they're all together and off to the side. There are needle bearings in between each component, so as long as I keep everything together, I won't get anything mixed up. I may have done 100 of these, but I always like to make sure I keep all my components together. Clutch hub. This might not come out because I think this is where my problem is, and I'll show you in a second. Oh, I got it. Look at that. So there's our clutch hub. This cylinder is called the CDF cylinder, and I know Dave has talked about these in a previous podcast. I'll talk about it in a second. There's our empty clutch cylinder. What's interesting about these clutch cylinders is that Ford found out a little while ago that there's a problem with the cylinder. The aluminum is too soft, and the clutches are very sharp on the outside here. And I don't know if you can see it real well, but it's cutting into the drum back there. And those cuts off to the side, they're not supposed to be there. And actually, this one looks like it's pretty much cut all the way through. And that's what happens. They'll cut all the way through this drum, and eventually they'll cut the drum in half. So there is an updated part that Ford has for this. GM uses the exact same updated part because they're having the same problems as well. So this cylinder drum is called the CDF cylinder, and it's called the CDF cylinder because it has 3 clutches in it. It has the F clutch, the C clutch, and the D clutch. So those are our 3 clutches in this drum. So Ford just decided to call it a CDF cylinder. Let me take these apart, show you how they're set up. Snap ring here. Set of clutches. You can see definitely where that clutch has started getting hot and burning on the steel. These aren't as bad, but if one is burnt, the other clutches are burnt too. Well, we don't take a chance. So this clutch has gotten overheated enough to where it started to turn the seal blue. So I'll put that one off to the side. The next clutch I'm going to take apart is the F clutch. The F clutch is the one that tends to cut into that clutch cylinder. It's very sharp, the edges are sharp, and I can already see that it's starting to burn. You can see how dark the steels are in between it. So let me go ahead and take this apart. There are 3 snap rings that hold this clutch in. So this little one here, it's always a bugger. You know, Ford and GM must have thought that there was going to be a problem with the snap ring popping out. So they put that snap ring in, then they put this lock ring in. Then behind the lock ring is the actual snap ring that holds the clutch in. So let me find the opening. Third snap ring. And now I can take the F clutch off. And I was right. So you can see how black those steels have gotten. That is not normal. They should not be black or blued like that, like they're all overheated. The reason they're overheated or all blue like that is because these clutches cut into that drum, and as they cut into that drum, they don't get to move up and down properly, and they lock up and they cause overheating. I have 1 clutch left in here. Those out. A set of clutches, and those look like they're not too bad. You get a little bit of overheating on the steel right there, but I'll take a closer look at those after I wash them up. I think me and Dave are going to go through a little bit more on the CDF cylinder. Like I said, Ford knows there's a problem with this large cylinder here. Ford, I don't know why, but for some reason, General Motors hasn't been having a big problem with the CDF cylinder, but Ford has had a really big problem with it. They weren't machined right from the factory, and they caused all kinds of issues. There's a metal sleeve inside the drum right here. You can kind of see it right here. That's the metal sleeve part. And these rings ride on that metal sleeve. For some reason, Ford's metal sleeve moves backwards towards this bushing. So what they ended up doing, this is a later Model 1, but what they ended up doing was putting like an edge right here, and that keeps the metal sleeve from moving backwards. We've seen that a lot. I've seen it a lot. I used to work at Ford, so I've seen a lot of them come in with that metal sleeve out of place, and that causes all kinds of shift issues as well. So, you know, currently right now, all I really see is that F clutch is bad, the C clutch is bad, and our what we affectionately call the trash can, or the clutch cylinder, is worn out and damaged too, so that'll have to be replaced. Of course, with the updated part. As a matter of fact, you can't even get the aluminum clutch cylinder anymore. They don't even manufacture it. So the only one you can get now is it's a Hardy one, and we never have a problem with it after that. So that's basically the 10-speed. You would think that the 10-speed, you've got a lot more parts going on inside. Really not that much. About the same moving parts in this transmission as there would be in a 4-speed. We're just moving shifts around, and we're putting clutches on and turning clutches off in different segments. So we can get 10 speeds out of this transmission. Other than that, it's not. I wouldn't say it's an easy transmission to work on, but it's definitely fun to work on. I love working on the 10-speed. They always keep me going as far as my brain goes, so I like to keep thinking and on my toes. So, yep, that's a 10-speed for as far as teardown goes.
30, right? 30, 23.
Before you replace your 10-speed transmission in your Ford F-150, you're going to want to listen to this. I am Dave Riccio with John Riggle. We are your bumper-to-bumper podcast that is powered by Tri-City Transmission and Auto Repair in Tempe, Arizona. And we're putting you in the know when it comes to your car. And these Ford 10-speeds, John, this is where people get into trouble because they Google Ford F-150 transmission problem. They go right down the wormhole and they convince themselves that they have a problem because they're automotive hypochondriacs and they think they need to spend $10,000 on a transmission replacement when in fact they don't. So 10 speeds and the advent of 10 speeds, John, we've seen them all the time. Why 10-speed? What is a 10-speed transmission? I know when I started in the business, 3 speeds.
Yeah.
I remember the early transmission problem. I started in general repair was at 3-speed in those front-wheel drive Chevys, and when you come up to a stop, the engine would die. Remember that?
Right. Yeah.
And if somebody had some money to fix it, you'd pull off the side cover and put a torque converter solenoid in it. And if someone didn't, you just cut the wire for them. But if they were in that kind of situation, you would do that to fix it. But that was 3-speed transmission.
Yeah.
And when you started, 3-speed or 2-speed?
No, 3-speed. Yeah. No. I came in after the Power Glide. So yeah. I started with 3 speeds and stuff, and it's all been driven by efficiency and fuel economy. I mean, those are the 2 big drivers between seeing these transmissions with more and more speeds. We're trying to operate the engine. It's a dynamic environment, different load changes, speed changes, everything. We're trying to operate that engine in its most efficient power range. Engines are usually have a sweet spot where they're the most fuel efficient. We generate the best combination of power and fuel efficiency. And if we can operate them there because we've got different, more choices for speeds to maintain those operating conditions, that's an advantage. So it makes sense to have more speeds. It adds complexity, but it is what it is. We're seeing 8, 9, 10 speeds. Really common.
In the lighter cars, you're seeing CVT, which is constant variable.
Continuously variable.
Continuous variable transmission.
Yeah.
It's another way of doing the same thing. CVTs work on lighter vehicles, but when you get about trucks and towing and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so in your F-150, your Ford F-150, which is one of the most common trucks on the road, you're going to find this. It's a 10R80 transmission. There's a lot of them on the road, and they continually are replaced in error. And that's why I'm saying you got to watch this video.
Yeah.
Because you've got a 10R80, you just got a call from Acme Auto Repair where your truck's at. Yeah. Because you took it in there because it's shifting funky. You don't know how to describe it. It's 10 speeds and it's shifting funky, and the guy down there at Acme Auto Repair goes, yeah, definitely shifting funky, and looks like there's maybe a little bit of metal in the fluid, and I did some checking. The transmission is available for it. We can have it done this Friday, but it's going to be $10,000.
Yeah.
I get that phone call when they're calling me for a second opinion. Because they're like, $10,000, the truck's barely got 100,000 miles on it. And sometimes I see these things start to show up at 40 and 50,000. We deliver one at 48,000 miles just on Friday with this 10R80, and he already had the expensive quote.
Right.
So if you got a 10R80 and you got an F-150, and it could be the Ford Mustang, it's also in the Ford Mustang, it's in Expeditions, it's in a lot of their vehicles that have 10 speeds that have this transmission. And the 2 biggest, I'm going to go with the number 1 that I've seen, and that's going to be shift adaptations. And John, give us a quick overview of shift adaptations and what you see.
Okay, these transmissions are designed, the system is designed to continuously compensate for wear in the transmission. So when this car is brand new and it rolls off the assembly line, we can pretty much predict how this thing is going to operate and how it's going to shift. Over a period of time, we have clutches where we have engine performance will change. There's a lot of things that change over a period of time. So we use these adaptive strategies to determine how to make the transmission shift as well as possible while you're driving the car. So the computer knows when it commanded a shift to occur, and since we have speed sensors in the transmission, we can determine how long it took for that shift to actually take place. And we can use pressure switches and speed sensors, and we can get a really good idea how long each one of these shifts is taking to happen, because we've got 2 goals. We want the shift to happen quickly, but we want a minimum amount of shift shock. We really, customers don't want to feel the car, bumper jerk. So we have to kind of balance that. So we use these adaptive strategies, and these adaptive strategies just look and say, I commanded the shift, it took too long, next time I'm going to increase the pressure when we do that shift. And it's dynamic. It happens all the time. Unfortunately, on some occasions, and I see it mostly with battery charging system issues, or low fluid issues. Fluid level issues can skew those adaptives, and those adaptives may not properly lean back once they get railed out, towards the farther ends of the adaptations. For instance, if we had one that was low on fluid and it had some hard shifts and stuff, now if we put fluid in it, now we have been trying to compensate for that low fluid by adding a whole bunch of extra pressure to make the shifts happen. Now, what we'll find out, we fill it up with fluid, now we've got some really hard, nasty shifts out of the thing. That means we have to reset the adapts. We've got to put the adapts back where they were and let the transmission relearn. I see it when battery voltage goes low. It confuses because these transmissions are all computer controlled. The voltage for the solenoids and current flow through the solenoids is really, really important. So if we've made these adaptations to compensate for a low battery condition, we put a new battery in it. Now we've got these funky shifts. Now we've got to go ahead and redo the adapts and relearns. And a lot of times, it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the transmission. It was just something that happened on the control side.
And this is missed all the time on a 10R80. And I love making this phone call because it's so much fun. I mean, people come in and are like, all right, man, they quoted me $10,000 at Acme Auto Repair, and I hope you guys find some good news. Maybe it's something simple. Yeah. And that's what everybody hopes for at a transmission shop, and I don't blame them either. Yeah. But it takes a while to actually figure, to go through the steps to make sure that is what it is.
Oh, some of the 10 speeds are hard to learn. It takes quite a bit of a road test, and you really got to be paying attention.
And also the temperature of the transmission, because they act one way warm and they act a different way cold, and you've got to look at all those dynamics in the situation when you're diagnosing them. But what I get to do is I get to call them. See, I get the fun part. You don't actually get to react. Yeah. But I call them up, and this is the answer every time I call people. I say, hey, Dave, Tri-City Transmission and Auto Repair, how you doing? I'm doing okay, but actually you're going to tell me how I'm doing. And I'm like, I don't be responsible for your happiness. And they're like, give me the news. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, John's test-driven your car, and it's all fixed. It's all fixed? Yeah, it's all fixed. What'd you do? Oh, he cleared the shift adaptations and he performed a relearn drive cycle, and it's all good to go.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you $300.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's so happy. So anyway, I get that, it's like delivering a baby on the side of the road if you're an EMT. You're like, hey, once in a while I get to offer some good news, and it's not a bad situation, right? So I enjoy that, but that's very, very common. So shift adaptations, that's what I say. You got to watch this before you go.
And the problem with that one is one that gets misdiagnosed a lot. Because guys don't consider it as an option, right? Comes in, transit and shift right, fluid's full for whatever reason or not. Oh yeah, it's got to be an internal problem. They're ready to sell a transmission. Nobody's actually done their due diligence. And
oftentimes they don't know what they don't know, and sometimes these come from the dealer. Well, I know they know.
Yeah.
But, back to our conversation in our last podcast, flat rate, they're like, needs a tranny. The 10R80 is a good transmission. I haven't actually rebuilt one yet.
It's a good transmission. We fix a lot of
them. We fix the problem, but once they're fixed, they're going to go into the long distance. We never find
never going to burn up like that. We had one run low on fluid or something.
So the number one problem is the shift adaptations, and the number two problem is going to be this thing called a CDF drum.
Yeah.
And in an automatic transmission, there's different sets of clutches that do different things and come on at different times. And they'll use different nomenclature as far as how they identify the clutches in the transmission. So if you're talking about a Mercedes, maybe it's they like to use letters, I think.
Yeah, A, B, C, D, and E.
Yeah. And in this Ford, they use A, B, C, D, and E.
Yeah.
Now, some transmissions may use underdrive clutch, low reverse, overdrive clutch, all those things.
GM 3.5 reverse and whatever. They'll use different terminologies.
Yeah, and so in this 10-speed transmission from Ford, there's a drum called a CDF drum, which means it's applied in C clutch, D clutch, and F clutch. and that's going to give you a specific set of symptoms that you can identify. And it's busy transmission, so it takes some time to pick it out.
Yeah.
You got to do it hot,
Yeah.
do it cold,
Yeah.
that type of thing. So in the CDF drum, a transmission is a hydraulic machine, so it relies on hydraulic pressure. So if we go to third gear, a lot of different things happen with the flow of fluid and solenoids and a computer all involved. And so in a transmission, there's bushings. And the bushings allow, they're like bearings, they allow two surfaces to rotate independent of each other. And so the transmission's packed full of bushings. The other thing the transmission's packed full of is hydraulic ports and passages, which are in this drum. So the CDF drum in this Ford, and the bushing's about that wide and maybe about that round, that CDF drum moves a little bit, and it covers over a hydraulic passage, and then if it goes far enough, it'll actually damage some sealing rings on the input of the transmission. There. I forget what that gizmo's called. Ken would be our expert on that.
Yeah.
But it damages sealing rings. I don't think of it off the top of my head right now. So we do an awful lot of CDF drum replacements. Again, it's not a whole transmission. You identify it. We call the customer. We say, hey, chances are all you need is a CDF drum.
Yeah.
We're going to pull it apart. If the rest of the transmission checks out good, and it's just a CDF drum, we're going to go ahead.
One 10-7 HB on pastures.
Attention. Satellite Loggin 36 in overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 75.0 degrees.
Right.
Attention. Satellite Corpus at2 is now overhead at 2,247.000 megahertz. Elevation 27.1 degrees.
September 2026, 2014 Chevy Silverado 1 Vasquez. Signs that emission no witness. So, on Christopher, Pennsylvania, I was required in 2024. Okay. Also, going to be sending my CAD screen and blank. Oh. is California.
Route 33 base, swap has been made.
10-4, much appreciation. Yes, sir. You got it. I'm 10-44.
Thanks for your time, man.
Simple.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 30-03 is now overhead at 2245.500 MHz. Elevation 48.4 degrees.
Go ahead. O sea, arriba para el 15 de los
Attention. Satellite Lacrosse 5 is now overhead at 2276.000 MHz. Elevation 46.2 degrees.
3435 is State, there's a 1044.
Right. The rules are used eligible for 2031 or 20.
Attention. Satellite compass speed is now overhead at 2,249.500 meters. Elevation 14.0 degrees.
Go ahead. Yeah, 2027, 1034. David Ramos had an office.
Attention. Satellite flight 1B is now overhead at 2,252.500 meters. Elevation 20.1 degrees.
45 over, so we did.
Nice photo to got on video around the
Attention. Satellite Yagan 30 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 31.3 degrees. Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 2 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 33.6 degrees.
You can put it in now, sir. Definitely do. Command from Russia 4. We're at the tankers. We make a left on the Cooley Road.
You're a tanker, you're a brusher.
We're a red truck. We're at the tankers. And there's a road that goes to the left at the tanker station. Do we take that road?
Yeah, that's we'll take that road and it'll lead you to the fire.
Okay, received.
Attention. Satellite Onyx-2 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 45.0 degrees.
December 2026, 2025 Kia. Main Management Corporation, electrical node 29.
City 42.
42.
Jude.
Attention. Satellite Yacht 11 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 43.1 degrees.
Eight two eight 828.
It's going to be 28 out of Ontario. Boydville 49656. Boydville 49656 out of Ontario.
still not getting a return on your Ontario Boyd call 49656.
James McAllen, firing 2031 and
Unit C, you're free to attach that way.
Contact
5 Tom Frank, David 05, Boyd Nora 9, Mary X-ray 0, 628 32. Should be a 21-2 Tacoma.
Attention. Satellite world view to in hour at 2,257.000 meters. Elevation 22.7 degrees.
I'm still not getting a return for that bin out of Canada.
Frank 9113 76 766 50702 Ontario for Mr. Corpus.
Okay.
Crescent Center, Ray George Frank 662, Ray George Frank 662, Crescent Center.
What's the only way to get it out of Canada?
First name Victor. $7,265.
There's no part of this break game in since the album. Good night. Make sure your passenger doesn't put out that spray can.